Part 1. The Curse of Troy. Long ago, when monsters still roamed the earth and gods walked among mortals, the great walls of Troy had not yet been built. The land where the city would stand was ruled by King Laomedon, a proud and ambitious man who dreamed of creating a kingdom that would rival the greatest cities of Greece. But Laomedon's ambitions far exceeded his means, with him lacking the resources and the manpower to build the magnificent city he envisaged. He dreamed of a great fortress with walls so strong that no army could breach them, a city so powerful it could dominate the Hellespont, the narrow strait where Europe and Asia almost touch. Control of this strait meant control of the richest trade route in the known world. But Laomedon had inherited little more than a hilltop settlement after his father's death. His dream seemed impossible, until fate intervened in the most unexpected way. High on Mount Olympus, trouble was brewing in the halls of the gods. Zeus, the king of the immortals, had grown tyrannical in his rule, his temper unpredictable and his punishments severe. He would strike down mortals with lightning for the smallest offences, transform nymphs into trees on a whim, and demand absolute obedience from gods and mortals alike. His behaviour became so erratic that even his own wife, Hera, the queen of the gods, could no longer remain silent. In the quiet corners of Olympus, away from Zeus's all-seeing eyes, Hera began to plot. She approached Poseidon, god of the seas and earthquakes, and brother to Zeus himself. Poseidon had long grown resentful of his younger brother's rule, remembering the days when the three brothers had drawn lots to divide the cosmos between them. He felt his domain of the oceans was no less important than Zeus's control of the sky, yet Zeus treated him as a subordinate rather than an equal. Hera also sought out Apollo, the god of the sun, music, and prophecy. Apollo was younger than the others, but his power was immense. He could see the future and shoot arrows that brought sickness and death, yet his extraordinary beauty and skill in music had also made him one of the most revered gods in all of Greece. He, too, had grievances. Zeus had recently humiliated him in front of the other gods, forbidding him from protecting a city that had worshipped him faithfully for generations, and Apollo's pride still burned from the insult. The three conspirators met in secret, in a cave deep beneath the earth where even Zeus's sight could not penetrate. There they made their plan. While Zeus slept, they would bind him with chains forged by Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, chains so strong that even the king of the gods could not break them. Once he was restrained, they would force him to swear oaths limiting his power, creating a council of gods to rule Olympus together rather than submitting to one tyrant's whims. When the night came to put their plan into action, the three conspirators crept into Zeus's chamber as he slept. Hera moved quickly, her hands steady as she began to wrap the first chain around her husband's wrist. Poseidon secured his legs, and Apollo worked to bind his other arm, the chains clinking softly in the darkness. But they had underestimated Zeus's awareness. His eyes snapped open just as the final chain was being fastened. He saw Hera above him, Poseidon and Apollo at his sides, and he understood everything in an instant. His roar of rage shook the foundations of Olympus itself. The chains held him, but only for a moment. Thetis, the sea nymph who would one day bear Achilles, heard her king's cry and rushed to his aid. She summoned Briareus, a 100-handed giant from the depths of the earth who tore through the divine chains with ease. Zeus rose from his bed like a storm given form. Lightning crackled around his body and thunder rolled through the palace halls. The three conspirators fell back, knowing they had failed and that Zeus's vengeance would be terrible. Hera, as his wife, could not be punished too severely, although he hung her from the heavens in golden chains for a single day as a warning. But for Poseidon and Apollo, his brother and his son, he devised a punishment that would humble them completely. He stripped away most of their divine power, reducing them to little more than mortals, and cast them down from Olympus. "You will serve a mortal king as common labourers," Zeus declared. "For 1 full year you will know what it means to toil under the command of a lesser being. Perhaps then you will appreciate the burden of rule." As Zeus looked down upon the earth, searching for someone whose character would make the punishment most fitting, his eyes fell upon King Laomedon of Troy. Here was a man whose ambition and pride mirrored that of the gods themselves, but whose arrogance exceeded even his considerable abilities. And so Poseidon and Apollo found themselves standing before the gate of Laomedon's modest fortress, stripped of their divine radiance, appearing as two extraordinarily tall and powerfully built men. "Who are you?" Laomedon demanded as he emerged from his hall to meet these strangers. "We are builders," Poseidon said, carefully, the words bitter in his mouth. "We seek employment, and we hear you have need of strong workers." Laomedon's eyes narrowed with interest. He had been seeking labourers for months, trying to recruit men from across the region to help with his grand building project, but few were willing to work for the wages he offered. "I am building a great city," Laomedon said, gesturing to the rocky hill that overlooked the waters of the Hellespont. "A city with walls that will stand for 1,000 years, walls that no army can breach. I will make Troy eternal, a kingdom that will be remembered long after I am gone. Can you build such walls?" Poseidon and Apollo exchanged glances. They had built palaces on Olympus, had created mountains and carved rivers. Building walls for a mortal city would be simple work, even in their reduced state. "We can build your walls," Apollo said. "But what will you pay us for this labour?" Laomedon smiled, a thin expression that did not reach his eyes. "Build me walls worthy of the gods themselves, and I will give you 30 immortal horses from my stables, horses bred from the divine mares that Zeus gifted to my father. These animals are worth a king's ransom, and they will be yours when the work is complete." It was a generous offer, and the two former gods agreed. They did not need the horses, of course, but they needed employment to fulfill Zeus's punishment, and this task would at least be worthy of their skills. For an entire year, the two gods laboured without rest, working through both day and night. Each morning the citizens of Troy would wake to find that impossible progress had been made whilst they slept. Poseidon would call to the stones beneath the waves, and massive blocks would rise from the seabed, already cut and shaped to the necessary dimensions. Apollo, meanwhile, would sing as he worked, his beautiful voice guiding each stone into its perfect place, the walls rising higher with every note. Finally, after a full year of labour, the walls were complete. They stood, tall and proud, encircling the hill and the growing city within. Perfectly constructed, they curved at precisely the right angles to deflect siege weapons. Their height made scaling them nearly impossible, and into the stone itself the two gods wove the last remnants of their divine power, enchantments that would ensure the walls could never crumble with age, or crack from frost or heat. On the final day, as Apollo set the last stone in place on the great gate, the two gods approached Laomedon for their payment. The king stood on his new walls, guards flanking him, and laughed. "Payment?" Laomedon chuckled. "You expect payment for this work? Look at what you have built. You should be honoured to have contributed to Troy's greatness. That is reward enough. Now leave my city before I have my guards throw you out." The air itself seemed to grow cold. Poseidon and Apollo stood very still, and for a moment the light around them seemed to shimmer. divine power flowing back into them as their year of servitude came to an end. Poseidon's mortal disguise began to fall away, his body growing to great heights until the very ground trembled beneath his feet. Apollo's transformation was no less dramatic. Light radiated from his skin, bright as the sun itself, his beauty becoming almost painful to behold. "You dare to break an oath with gods?" Poseidon's voice boomed across the city. "You dare to cheat those who built your precious walls?" Laomedon fell to his knees, realizing too late the magnitude of his error. He opened his mouth to apologize, but the gods had no interest in his pleas. "These walls will stand," Apollo declared. "They will stand strong for generations, just as you wished. But they will not save you. Troy will know glory, yes, but it will also know ruin. Your bloodline will bring about this city's destruction, and these walls we built will watch as Troy burns." With that, the two gods vanished, returning to Olympus to reclaim their place among the immortals. 3 days later, their revenge began. Apollo sent a plague that swept through Troy, killing hundreds and filling the streets with the cries of the bereaved. Poseidon sent a sea monster from the depths of his domain that coiled around ships attempting to enter or leave Troy's harbour, dragging them beneath the waves along with their screaming crews, making both trade and fishing impossible. Laomedon, desperate for a solution, consulted his priests on how to calm the gods' wrath. The message they gave him was clear. He must sacrifice his beloved daughter Hesione to the sea monster or watch Troy die. With tears streaming down his face, Laomedon chained his own daughter to the rocks by the shore, where she waited to be devoured. But fate sent an unlikely saviour. The young hero Heracles, who was passing by on one of his labours, he heard of the monster and offered to slay it, but only if Laomedon would pay him with those same divine horses that he had promised to Poseidon and Apollo. Laomedon agreed, knowing he had little choice. Heracles slew the sea monster in a battle that shook the coastline for 3 days and 3 nights, diving into the creature's mouth and tearing it apart from the inside. But when he emerged, victorious and covered in the beast's blood, Laomedon once again refused to pay. Heracles left Troy in fury, but he did not forget. Years later, he returned with an army and a fleet of ships. He besieged the city, and, despite the magnificent walls that Poseidon and Apollo had built, he found a weakness in the fortifications. There was a single section that had been constructed by mortal hands when the gods had briefly rested, and it lacked the divine strength of the rest. Through this weak point, Heracles and his warriors breached the defences. The city fell. Heracles slaughtered King Laomedon and most of his sons in vengeance for the broken oath. Only the youngest prince, Podarces, survived, and only because his sister, Hesione, threw herself at Heracles' feet and begged for his life, offering her own golden veil as ransom. Heracles accepted the payment and spared the young prince, but only on the condition that he take the throne and rule Troy more honourably than his treacherous father had. From that day forward, Podarces took a new name, Priam, meaning the ransomed one, a constant reminder that his life had been purchased and that the throne was his not by right of birth, but by an enemy's mercy. And so Priam became king of Troy, inheriting a city with the most magnificent walls in the world, walls built by gods, but cursed by them. He rebuilt what Heracles had destroyed, repopulated the city, and ushered in a new era of prosperity. Under his rule, Troy flourished and grew wealthy from trade, becoming one of the most powerful kingdoms in the region. But no matter how much Priam honoured the gods, no matter how much of a better ruler he was than his father, Apollo and Poseidon had not forgotten Laomedon's betrayal. They were content to watch and wait as Priam's Troy grew rich and powerful, as its people forgot the old curses and believed themselves safe. The gods had time. They could afford to wait for the perfect moment to collect what they were owed. Part 2. The House of Priam. Priam married Queen Hecuba, a woman known for her wisdom and strength, and together they transformed the royal palace into a place of learning and culture. But more than anything, they filled it with children. Over the course of his long reign, Priam fathered 50 sons and 50 daughters, their voices echoing through the painted corridors, their footsteps racing across marble floors. The palace that had once stood half empty now overflowed with life. Of all Priam's children, the most admired was his eldest son, Hector. From his youth it was clear that he was destined for greatness. He grew tall and broad-shouldered, with his father's steady gaze and his mother's calm wisdom. By the time he reached manhood, he had become Troy's greatest warrior and the commander of its armies, with only a handful of warriors across the sea in Greece considered his equal in single combat. Yet, beyond his skills in combat, what truly set Hector apart was his character. He was brave without being reckless, fierce in battle, yet merciful in victory. He led his men not through fear or ambition, but through the respect they held for him. When he walked through Troy's streets in his magnificent armour, citizens would stop their work to watch him pass. Children would run at his side, trying to match his stride. When disease struck the lower quarters one winter, he was seen carrying water and firewood to the afflicted homes alongside the physicians. The citizens knew that when Hector stood upon the walls, those walls could never fall. However, greater than his devotion to his father, greater even than his loyalty to Troy itself, Hector's deepest love was reserved for his family. He had married Andromache, a princess from the city of Thebe, with their love renowned throughout Troy. When he returned from training his troops or inspecting the city's defences, he would make his way to their chambers, where his young son Astyanax waited. The child would reach up with small hands, and Hector would remove his bronze helmet so as not to frighten the boy, lifting him high and holding him close. In these quiet moments, away from the duties of a prince and a commander, Hector knew a simple truth. There was nothing he would not sacrifice to protect them, to keep Troy's walls standing between his family and the dangers that lurked beyond. But not all of Priam's children were welcomed into the world with celebration and joy. Before Hector's younger brother Paris was born, Queen Hecuba woke one night screaming, her body drenched in sweat, her hands clutching at the sheets. She had dreamt that she would give birth to a flaming torch that consumed all of Troy, reducing the great walls to ash and rubble, leaving nothing but smoke and silence where the city had stood. Terrified, she summoned the royal seers at dawn. They came to the palace and studied the omens, with each man coming to the same conclusion. The child she carried was cursed. He was destined to bring destruction upon Troy, to be the instrument of the city's downfall. The prophecy was clear. If the baby lived, Troy would burn. Priam listened to their words in silence, his face growing pale. He looked at his wife, feeling the weight of an impossible choice settle upon him. This was his son, his own blood, but he was also a king with a kingdom to protect. He had 50 other children. A city full of people who depended on him. Could he sacrifice them all for one unborn child? When the baby was born, perfect and healthy with a crown of dark hair, Hecuba held him only once. Her tears fell on his small face as she handed him to a trusted servant, a shepherd named Achilles, with instructions that broke her heart. "Take him into the mountains," she commanded, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Leave him on Mount Ida, where the wolves and the cold will claim him. Do not kill him yourself, but do not bring him back. Let the gods decide his fate." The shepherd took the baby and left the city at nightfall. He climbed up into the rocky slopes of Mount Ida, where the wind howled through the pine trees and snow still clung to the highest peaks. He found a remote spot, far from any path, and prepared to lay the child down and walk away. But when he looked at the baby in his arms, at the small fingers curled against his chest, he could not do it. Perhaps he thought of his own children, grown and gone. Perhaps he simply could not bear to leave a helpless infant to die alone in the cold. Whatever his reasoning, the shepherd made a choice that would change the course of history. He carried Paris back down the mountain to his small stone hut. He told no one of the child's true identity, raising him as his own son among the flocks and pastures. Paris grew up, knowing nothing of palaces or prophecies, nothing of the family that had cast him out before he could even speak. He learned to tend sheep and read the weather, living a simple life in the mountains. He grew up to be both strong and handsome, beloved by the other shepherds for his skill with a sling and his fair judgment when disputes arose. Paris had been spared death. That single act of mercy, that moment of compassion in the face of an innocent child, would doom thousands to die in the great war to come. The torch from Hecuba's dream had not been extinguished. It had only been hidden in the mountains, waiting for the wind to carry its flames back to Troy. Part 3. Leda and the Swan. The shepherd's choice, however misguided, would not bring about Troy's destruction alone. For the prophecy to be fulfilled, another child needed to be born, one who would grow up to possess a beauty so extraordinary that it would launch 1,000 ships and plunge 2 great civilizations into war. Across the Aegean Sea, in the wealthy city of Sparta, Zeus had been watching Queen Leda. He observed her from his throne on Olympus as she walked through the palace gardens in the early morning light, then in the evening as she bathed in the river Eurotas that flowed through the city. The god's desire grew stronger with each passing day until finally he could resist no longer. Unable to approach her as himself, as his true form would incinerate any mortal who looked upon it, Zeus chose a different shape. He transformed himself into a magnificent swan, its feathers white as fresh snow. The great bird descended from the heavens one summer evening and appeared to Leda as she walked alone by the riverbank. What passed between the god and the queen that night became the subject of whispered tales throughout the land. However, that same night, Leda also lay with her mortal husband, King Tyndareus, and from these 2 unions she would conceive children unlike any who had come before. Some months later, when her time came, Leda gave birth not to ordinary children, but to 2 large eggs, each one smooth and warm to the touch. When the eggs finally hatched, out came 4 children, 2 mortal and 2 immortal, reflecting the two fathers from that night so many months ago. First were two sons, Castor, the mortal son of Tyndareus, and Pollux, the immortal son of Zeus, who would become legendary warriors and horsemen. Then came two daughters. The first was Clytemnestra, dark-haired and sharp-minded, who would one day marry Agamemnon, the most powerful king in Greece. But it was the second daughter, Helen, the other child of Zeus, who would change the fate of nations. From the moment she emerged from her shell, it was clear she was unlike any mortal woman who had ever lived. As a child, her beauty was remarkable. As she grew, it became something almost divine, a radiance that seemed to emanate from within. By the time Helen reached womanhood, her beauty had become legendary, spoken of in every Greek kingdom and sung about by travelling bards. Her hair fell like spun gold, her eyes held the colour of the Aegean at dawn, and her voice carried the music of the Muses themselves. Men would stop mid-sentence when she entered a room, their thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Women would lower their eyes, some in envy, others simply overwhelmed by the sight of her. When Helen came of age, suitors arrived from every corner of Greece. They came in such numbers that the palace courtyards overflowed with their tents and pavilions. Each morning brought new arrivals, their chariots raising clouds of dust on the roads leading to Sparta. Among them were the greatest names in all of Greece: Odysseus of Ithaca, intelligent and smooth with words; mighty Ajax of Salamis, who stood head and shoulders above other men; Agamemnon of Mycenae, already a king, with gold enough to buy a city. They brought gifts that filled the palace treasury, golden tripods, thoroughbred horses, and bolts of purple cloth worth more than a farmer would see in a lifetime. King Tyndareus watched this gathering of powerful men with growing dread. They included the most renowned warriors from across Greece, each with armies at their command. He knew that Helen's choice would leave all but one bitterly disappointed. Already fights had broken out in the palace grounds, with the old king all too aware of how easily any decision could lead to bloodshed. It was Odysseus, always the cleverest man in any room, who proposed a solution. One evening he approached Tyndareus privately, away from the other suitors. "My lord," he said, "I see your dilemma clearly. Let me offer you a path through this crisis. Make every suitor swear a sacred oath, witnessed by the gods themselves. Each man must vow to protect Helen's chosen husband against any who would challenge the marriage or steal her away. In this way, potential enemies will become her sworn protectors." One by one the suitors agreed, swearing what would become known as the Oath of Tyndareus, promising to defend Helen's husband with their lives, to bring their armies if called, and treat any threat to the marriage as a threat to themselves. With the threat of violence now removed, Helen made her choice. She selected Prince Menelaus, brother to the powerful Agamemnon, who ruled Mycenae, a warrior famed for his red hair and honest dealings, known throughout Greece for his generosity and loyalty. The two were married in a ceremony that lasted for 9 days, with lavish feasts and celebrations that would be remembered for generations. Since Tyndareus had no sons, Menelaus inherited the Spartan throne through his marriage, and they became king and queen of Sparta, ruling from the palace where Helen had grown up. The disappointed suitors departed peacefully, returning to their own kingdoms, some to find other wives, others to pursue different glories. They rode away, believing the matter settled, the oath merely a formality that would never be called upon. But the fates, those 3 sisters who spin, measure, and cut the threads of mortal lives, were already at their work. That oath, sworn to prevent bloodshed, would become the very mechanism that would draw every one of those men into the greatest war the world had ever known. Part 4. The Judgement of Paris. While Menelaus and Helen settled into their life as king and queen of Sparta, high on Mount Olympus another marriage was taking place. The wedding of Thetis, the silver-footed sea nymph, to Peleus, the mortal king of Phthia, was an event that shook the very foundations of the heavens. For this was no ordinary union. The fates had foretold that Thetis would bear a son greater than his father, a prophecy that made even Zeus hesitate to pursue her. Instead, she was given to a mortal, ensuring that her mighty son would walk the earth rather than challenge the heavens. That son would be Achilles, the greatest warrior ever born. The wedding feast was held in the golden halls of Olympus itself. The pillars were wreathed in ambrosia flowers that never wilted, and nectar flowed freely from fountains that never ran dry. Every god and goddess had been invited, from mighty Zeus down to the minor deities of the streams and forests. The Muses sang hymns of such beauty that even the stars seemed to lean closer to listen. Apollo played his golden lyre, whilst the Graces danced, their white robes flailing behind them, each gesture flowing seamlessly into the next. But in drawing up the list of guests, Thetis and Peleus had made one deliberate and fateful omission. For among all the immortals, there was one goddess who was universally despised and feared, Eris, the goddess of discord and strife. Where she walked, friendships shattered and marriages fell apart. Her whispers could turn brother against brother, with her very presence known to cause conflict. Eris, however, had eyes and ears everywhere. From her dark dwelling at the edge of the world, she heard how the celebrations unfolded, of the laughter and joy, of how the gods toasted the happy couple whilst she sat alone, deliberately forgotten. The insult burned in her chest like a poison, and with each passing hour, her anger grew colder and more focused. If they wanted to exclude chaos from their perfect celebration, she would show them just how foolish that decision had been. As the evening progressed and the wedding feast reached its height, Eris materialized at the entrance to the hall. Before anyone could react, she pulled a golden apple from her robes, polishing and shining in the torchlight. Upon its surface was inscribed a simple phrase, "To the most beautiful." With a wicked smile, Eris rolled the apple across the marble floor. It came to rest in the center of the hall, spinning slowly. The music faltered. Conversations died. Every eye in the hall turned to watch the fruit as it came to rest. For a moment, silence held the hall. Then 3 goddesses moved toward the apple simultaneously. Hera, Queen of Olympus and wife of Zeus, whose regal beauty commanded respect from all who beheld her, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, whose grey eyes held the depth of all knowledge, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, whose very presence made hearts race and flowers bloom. Each goddess reached for the apple, but each pulled back her hand as the others approached. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop as 3 pairs of immortal eyes met, each certain that the prize belonged to her alone. Zeus, seated at the head of the table, closed his eyes and pressed his fingers to his temples. He would gladly have faced the Titans again, rather than deal with what was about to unfold. "Clearly it is meant for me," Hera declared, her voice carrying the authority of the Queen of Heaven. "There can be no question. As Zeus's wife, as the mother of gods, the apple is mine by right." Athena's grey eyes flashed dangerously. "Rights mean nothing here, stepmother. True beauty lies in wisdom and strength, not in crowns and marriages. The apple was meant for me." Aphrodite laughed, a sound like honey and wine that made every male deity turn to look at her. "Neither of you understands beauty as I do. I am beauty itself, its very essence made flesh. The apple could be for no other." Their voices grew louder, their words sharper. Other goddesses backed away, sensing the danger. Even the gods, who had seen thousands of wars play out across the eons, recognized this as something that could tear Olympus itself apart. The wedding feast had descended into chaos, exactly as Eris had intended. Finally, unable to reach any agreement, the three goddesses turned as one towards Zeus. "You will judge," they said, speaking as one. Zeus, who had overthrown his own father, who had defeated the Titans and ruled Olympus for countless centuries, felt his mouth go dry. For perhaps the first time in his immortal existence, he found himself truly trapped. To choose Hera would spare him centuries of domestic torment, but it would make eternal enemies of the other two. To choose Athena, his favourite daughter, born from his own head, would be to betray his wife and invoke Aphrodite's wrath. And Aphrodite? Well, Aphrodite had ways of making even the immortals regret crossing her, as many unfortunate gods could attest. There was no winning. No matter which goddess he chose, his life would become a nightmare. The king of the gods, who had faced down cosmic threats without flinching, wanted absolutely no part of this decision. Zeus raised his hand for silence. "This decision," he declared, "requires a judge with no stake in the outcome, one whose judgment is pure and untainted by divine politics. A mortal must decide." He closed his eyes, casting his divine sight across the mortal world below, searching for someone suitable. His gaze swept over Greece, over the islands, across the seas, until, finally, it settled on the slopes of Mount Ida, above Troy. There was a shepherd there, a young man known among his people for fair judgment and honest character. "There," Zeus announced, relief evident in his voice, "a shepherd on Mount Ida. His name is Paris. He shall be our judge." Before Zeus had even finished his sentence, all three goddesses had vanished. Athena dove from Olympus's heights, plummeting like a hawk toward the earth below. Hera rushed to her golden chariot, her immortal horses already racing through the clouds, and Aphrodite raced across the sea itself, drawn by the winds toward Mount Ida. They arrived on the hillside within moments of each other, each determined to be first, none willing to let the others speak to the shepherd alone. They found Paris overlooking his flocks, playing a simple melody on his reed pipe, as the sun began its descent toward the western sea. When the three goddesses materialized before him in a blaze of divine light, Paris dropped his pipe, the music dying mid-note. His sheep scattered in terror, bleating as they fled down the hillside. Paris himself fell to his knees, raising his hands to shield his face from the most magnificent beings he had ever seen. Each goddess was beautiful beyond mortal comprehension, each perfect in her own distinct way. Hera stepped forward first, the golden apple gleaming in her hand. "Shepherd," she said, "we have come to you with a matter of great importance. You must choose which of us deserves this prize." Paris looked from one goddess to another, his shepherd's hands trembling. How could any mortal make such a choice? As he hesitated, each goddess stepped forward in turn, offering gifts that would change the course of his life. Hera spoke first, offering to make him king of Europe and Asia in exchange for his vote, to give him power over vast territories and command over countless armies. Athena stepped forward next, promising him unrivaled skill in war, the ability to conquer any enemy and win glory that would echo through the ages. But when Aphrodite approached, she studied his face with a knowing smile. She saw something the others had missed, the loneliness in the young shepherd's heart. "I will give you the most beautiful woman in the world as your wife," she whispered, "a love that will surpass all others, a passion that will make kingdoms weep." Paris felt his breath catch. Power meant nothing to a man who had lived simply all his life. Glory in war meant nothing to one who had never held a sword. But love was something he understood. With trembling hands, Paris gave the golden apple to Aphrodite. The goddess smiled, pleased with her victory, and told him exactly what he must do. He must travel to Sparta, where Queen Helen ruled beside her husband. There, Aphrodite would use her divine magic to make Helen fall in love with him, to make her forget her vows and her duty, to make her willing to abandon everything for his sake. Hera and Athena said nothing, but their dark expressions promised retribution. They vanished in silence, leaving Paris alone with Aphrodite. The goddess touched his cheek gently. "You are no shepherd, Paris of Troy. You are a prince, and it is time you claimed your birthright. Return to your father's city, then sail to Sparta. Your destiny awaits." As she disappeared in a shower of rose petals, Paris stood alone on the hillside, the sheep bleating around him, his mind reeling. A prince of Troy? It seemed impossible, yet gods did not lie. He made his way down the mountain and confronted Achilles, who wept as he finally confessed the truth of that terrible day when he had saved the royal infant marked for death. Within days, Paris stood before the gates of Troy for the first time, staring up at the magnificent walls that Poseidon and Apollo had built. When he presented himself at the palace, claiming to be Priam's lost son, there was skepticism at first. But Queen Hecuba looked at his face and saw the infant she had given away decades ago. She rushed to embrace him. Priam, moved by his wife's recognition and swayed by certain birthmarks that matched the records, welcomed Paris back into the royal family. There was feasting and celebration, though not everyone shared in the joy. Hector watched his newly returned brother with concern, always wary of potential threats to his beloved city. But it was Cassandra, one of Priam's daughters, who reacted the most violently. The most tragic of Priam's children, she had been born with both beauty and intelligence, qualities that had turned out to be a curse, as she had caught the eye of Apollo when he visited Troy's temple during a summer festival. The god had pursued her relentlessly, appearing in her dreams, leaving gifts of golden laurel at her door. In his desire to win her affection, he bestowed upon her the divine gift of prophecy, the ability to see the threads of fate before they were woven. But when Cassandra still refused his advances, Apollo's love turned to bitter rage. He could not take back a gift once given, for even gods are bound by certain laws, but he could twist it into a curse. With a touch to her lips that burned like ice, he declared that while she would always speak the truth, while she would see the future with perfect clarity, no one would ever believe her prophecies. From that day forward, Cassandra would watch disasters approach like storms on the horizon, screaming warnings that fell on deaf ears. Even her own family would dismiss her visions as the ravings of a madwoman. Now she stared at Paris, this new brother, and the visions came like a flood. She saw fire consuming the palace, blood running in the streets, a great wooden horse standing in Troy's centre whilst the walls crumbled around it. Everyone she loved dead. "No!" she screamed, rushing forward. "Send him away! He is the torch from Mother's dream. He will burn Troy to ashes." She grabbed at her father's robes, weeping. "Please, I beg you, believe me this once." But no one listened. They never did. The guards gently pulled her away as the feasting continued. Within weeks, Paris had assembled a crew and set sail across the Aegean for Sparta. He was desperate to meet the woman Aphrodite had promised him, the woman who was to be his wife. When his ship's prow finally touched the beach below Menelaus's palace, Paris emerged dressed in his finest Trojan robes, claiming to lead a delegation on a mission to strengthen ties between their two kingdoms. King Menelaus, unsuspecting and generous, welcomed them with the hospitality that Greek custom demanded. The palace halls were thrown open, and a great feast was prepared in honour of the guests. It was at that first dinner, as servants lit the oil lamps and the hall filled with a warm golden light, that Paris first laid eyes on Helen. She entered the hall at her husband's side, and every other source of light seemed to dim in comparison. Her beauty hit Paris like a physical blow, stealing the breath from his lungs. She was more beautiful than he had imagined possible, her presence filling the hall with a radiance that had nothing to do with lamps or firelight. Their gazes met across the crowded hall, and in that moment Aphrodite's magic took hold. A flush rose to Helen's cheeks. Her hand trembled as she reached for her wine cup. Throughout the feast, she found herself unable to look away from the young Trojan prince, drawn by a force she could neither name nor resist. She barely tasted her food, barely heard her husband's words, aware only of Paris watching her from across the table. In the days that followed, Menelaus, suspecting nothing, treated Paris as an honoured guest, showing him the palace's treasures and inviting him to hunt in the royal forests. But whenever the king's attention was elsewhere, Paris and Helen would find themselves drawn together, meeting in gardens where roses bloomed out of season, in corridors where servants mysteriously never ventured. Their conversations started formally, but grew more intimate with each passing day. Helen, who had been content as Sparta's queen up until the prince's arrival, suddenly found herself confessing feelings she had never acknowledged before, that she felt trapped, longing for something she could not name. Paris told her of Troy's distant shores, of walls that touched the sky, and a palace where she would be treasured beyond all others. On the 9th day of his visit, Aphrodite provided the opportunity they had been waiting for. Menelaus received word that his grandfather had died in Crete, requiring his immediate presence at the funeral. The night after Menelaus sailed for Crete, Paris came to Helen's chambers. Outside, a storm had rolled in from the sea, lightning illuminating the sky in brilliant flashes, thunder so loud it shook the floor beneath them. Helen stood at her window, watching the tempest. "We could leave tonight," Paris said softly. "My ships are ready. By dawn we could be beyond pursuit." Helen turned. For a moment she hesitated, thinking of her life in Sparta, of the husband who had trusted his guest. Then she looked at Paris and felt Aphrodite's pull like a current she could not fight. She took his outstretched hand. She followed him through the silent palace in the dark hours before dawn, wearing a dark cloak over her golden hair and carrying only a small chest of her most precious belongings. Paris led her to where his men waited with horses, their faces sullen with the knowledge of what they were about to do. The race to the ships was a blur of pounding hooves and driving rain. Behind them, alarm bells began to ring as guards discovered Helen's empty chambers. Spartan soldiers, roused from their beds, grabbed weapons and gave chase. On the beach, Paris's men had already pushed the ships into the shallows, oars ready. Arrows began to fall around them as Spartan archers reached the cliff tops above the beach. Paris lifted Helen into the lead ship as his warriors formed a defensive line, their shields locked together. "Row!" Paris shouted to his crew. "Row as if the Furies themselves chase us!" The Spartan guards crashed into the Trojan shields, with the beach becoming a battlefield. Men fell on both sides, their blood mixing with the rain and sand. But the Trojans were already backing into the waves, maintaining their shield wall until the last man could scramble aboard the departing ships. As the Trojan vessels pulled away from shore, disappearing into the storm, a Spartan messenger was already riding hard in the opposite direction. He carried news that would change the world. Helen was gone, stolen by a Trojan prince who had violated every law of hospitality. The message would reach Menelaus in Crete, and through him, every man who had sworn the oath of Tyndareus. That oath, made so many years ago to prevent bloodshed, would now be invoked to cause it on a scale the world had never seen. Part 5. The Gathering of Greeks. When Menelaus's ship reached Sparta, he went directly to the palace. He walked through the halls where Paris had been his guest, past the dining hall where they had shared wine, and finally to Helen's chambers. The room was exactly as she had left it. Her loom still held half-finished weaving, her jewellery box sat open on the table. For a moment he let his fury overtake him, kicking down doors, throwing furniture, and roaring his anguish to the empty halls. But only for a moment. He was a practical man, driven to a fault, and there was now just one thing on his mind. He would sail to Troy, kill Paris, and bring Helen home. But Menelaus knew he could not do this alone. Troy's walls were formidable, and Priam commanded considerable forces. He needed allies, and fortunately he had a powerful tool at his disposal, the oath of Tyndareus. Every man who had once sought Helen's hand had sworn to defend her chosen husband, to come to his aid if ever he was wronged. Now Menelaus would call in that debt. Messengers rode out from Sparta in all directions, carrying the same message to every corner of Greece. Helen had been stolen, and the oath must be honoured. The summons went to rocky Ithaca, to sandy Pylos and wealthy Mycenae, calling on the greatest warriors from across Greece. The first to answer was Agamemnon, and his response came not by messenger, but in person. The king of Mycenae arrived at Sparta's gates with 100 warriors at his back, wearing the golden breastplate that marked him as High King. He was Menelaus's older brother, and where Menelaus was lean and swift, Agamemnon was built like a bull, broad and powerful, with a voice that could command armies. The brothers met in Sparta's great hall, with Agamemnon's embrace nearly crushing Menelaus's ribs. "Brother," he said, his deep voice filling the space, "this insult to you is an insult to all of Greece. My armies are yours. My ships are under your command. We will bring such force against Troy that men will speak of it for generations." Agamemnon ruled Mycenae, the richest and most powerful of all Greek kingdoms. His treasury held gold enough to buy entire cities, gathered from the trade routes his armies protected and the mines his slaves worked. His palace sat atop a hill, surrounded by walls so massive that men whispered only the mighty Cyclopses could have built them. When he called for war, thousands of warriors answered. It was decided between the brothers that Agamemnon, with his greater resources and commanding presence, would lead the combined Greek forces. Menelaus accepted this without complaint. He wanted his wife back. His brother wanted glory. Together they would both get what they desired. Others soon followed. Great warriors arrived from across the Greek world, each bringing ships and men to honour the oath they had sworn. Nestor came from Pylos, ancient and wise, a man of nearly 80 years who had sailed with Jason and the Argonauts in his youth and fought alongside Heracles himself. Young Diomedes arrived from Argos with 80 black-prowed ships, favoured by Athena and already renowned for his skill in battle. From Salamis came Ajax, son of Telamon, a giant of a man who towered over his companions and wielded a shield no other warrior could even lift. His namesake, Ajax of Locris, brought 40 ships and a reputation for speed and precision with his spear. Dozens of other kings and princes answered the call, until the beach at Aulis, where the fleet was assembling, transformed into a city of its own, tents covering the sand as far as the eye could see. But of all those bound by the oath, the most difficult to recruit was Odysseus, king of Ithaca. He was known throughout Greece as the wisest and most cunning of all men, with the same mind that had devised the oath of Tyndareus, now seeking to evade it. For Odysseus had no desire to leave his rocky island kingdom, no wish to abandon his wife Penelope and their infant son Telemachus for a war across the sea. When Agamemnon's envoys arrived at Ithaca to call him to honour his oath, they found Odysseus in his fields, apparently mad. He had yoked an ox and a donkey together, two animals that should never be paired, mumbling and raving as he scattered salt into the furrows instead of seed. He appeared completely insane, his gaze unfocused, his words nonsense. But Palamedes, one of the envoys, and no fool himself, suspected deception. He knew Odysseus's reputation for trickery and reasoned that madness was a convenient escape from an inconvenient oath. To test his theory, Palamedes did something shocking. He took Telemachus, Odysseus's infant son, and placed the child directly in the path of the plough. Without hesitation, Odysseus yanked the plough aside, dropped the reins, and scooped up Telemachus, holding the boy close to his chest. The madness had vanished in an instant. Odysseus stood there, his expression shifting from panic to resignation. He had been exposed, his deception revealed. A truly mad man would not have stopped the plough. Palamedes smiled knowingly, and Odysseus knew he had no choice. He would honour his oath. Within a week, 12 ships from Ithaca were ready to sail, with Odysseus at their head, already calculating strategies for a war he had hoped to avoid. Even with Odysseus secured, even with Agamemnon's vast army assembled, the Greeks knew their expedition remained incomplete. There was one warrior whose absence made victory uncertain, one name that could tip the balance of any conflict. Without him, the conquest of Troy was considered impossible. His name was Achilles, and he was the greatest warrior who had ever lived. Achilles was the son of Peleus, the mortal king of Phthia, and Thetis, the silver-footed sea-nymph whose wedding had been disrupted by Eris's golden apple. From his father he inherited mortality and kingship. From his mother he inherited something far more valuable, near invulnerability. When Achilles was born, Thetis had carried him down to the underworld, to the banks of the river Styx, whose black waters granted immortality to anything they touched. She had submerged her infant son in those waters, holding him by his heel, and when she lifted him out, his body had become impervious to weapons. No blade could cut him, no arrow could pierce him, with his skin stronger than any armour. Only his heel, where her grip had prevented the waters from reaching, remained vulnerable and mortal, the single weakness in an otherwise invincible body. As a child, Achilles had been given to Chiron, a wise centaur who dwelt in a cave on Mount Pelion. Chiron had once tutored the great hero Heracles as a youth, and now taught young Achilles the arts of music, speech, and warfare. The boy learned to play the lyre as skillfully as he wielded the spear, to speak with eloquence, and to fight with unparalleled skill. He grew into a young man of extraordinary beauty and even more extraordinary talent, beloved by the gods and feared by those who faced him in combat. But Achilles possessed one flaw that would define his life: his temper. Chiron had seen it before in Heracles, the same ungovernable rage that had destroyed the greatest of heroes. Pride and fury lived in Achilles like twin flames, quick to ignite and impossible to control. When insulted, he would not forgive. When challenged, he would not yield. It was a trait that would bring him into conflict throughout his short life, and ultimately it would shape the course of the Trojan War itself. As Achilles grew under the tutelage of Chiron, his mother Thetis had consulted every oracle, prophet, or seer who might tell her of her son's future. The answer was always the same, delivered in different words, but carrying identical meaning. "Your son stands at a crossroads," the oracle at Delphi had told her, the Pythia's voice rasping from the sacred vapours. "One path leads to a long life, peaceful and forgotten. He will die in his bed as an old man, surrounded by grandchildren who will forget his name within a generation. The other path leads to immortal fame, his name sung until the world ends. But that path ends at Troy, cut short in youth, his life measured in glory rather than years." When news reached Thetis that the Greeks were gathering for war against Troy, she moved swiftly. She appeared to Achilles as he practiced combat with Patroclus, his closest companion, on the training grounds. Both young men were stripped to the waist from their exertions, laughing together as they sparred. "My son," Thetis said, and both warriors immediately knelt at the goddess's appearance. "You must come with me, now." She took him to the island of Skyros, ruled by King Lycomedes, who owed her a favour from ancient times. There she dressed Achilles as a woman, teaching him to walk with smaller steps, to keep his voice soft, and to sit with his legs crossed delicately. She dyed his golden hair darker and placed jewellery around his neck to distract from his throat. "You will be called Pyrrha," she told him. "Live among Lycomedes' daughters. The Greeks will never find you here." Meanwhile, Odysseus and Diomedes had been sent to find Achilles. They searched first at his father's palace in Phthia, then at Chiron's cave on Mount Pelion, but found no trace. It was Odysseus's network of informants, traders, and travellers who owed him favours who finally brought useful news. King Lycomedes of Skyros had recently gained a new daughter, unusually tall, who had appeared suddenly and never left the palace. "He hides among the women," Odysseus said to Diomedes as their ship approached Skyros. "Clever Thetis, but not clever enough." They arrived at Skyros as merchants, their ship loaded with goods. Odysseus had planned every detail. They were welcomed into the palace, and soon the women's quarters buzzed with excitement as the merchants unpacked their wares, bolts of silk from the east, alongside jewellery of gold and silver. The women gathered around, excited over each treasure. Odysseus watched them all carefully, noting each reaction. One woman, taller than the rest, showed polite interest in the jewellery, but seemed distracted, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Then Odysseus unveiled his plan. Among the various treasures, he had placed a sword and a shield, the bronze worked with scenes of battle. Most of the women barely glanced at these items, but the tall one's focus locked onto them immediately. It was then that Odysseus gave his signal. Outside, Diomedes sounded a war horn, its call echoing through the palace. His men clashed swords against shields, creating the sound of sudden attack. The women screamed and fled, seeking shelter within the palace. But the tall one moved with an entirely different purpose. In one fluid motion, he seized the sword and shield, dropping into a combat stance, ready to face whatever threat approached. The disguise was shattered, and there stood Achilles, son of Peleus, the greatest warrior of the age. For a moment no one moved. Then Achilles lowered the sword, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "Odysseus," he said, his natural voice replacing the false tones he had maintained for weeks. "I should have known it would be you." "Your mother tried to hide you well," Odysseus replied, "but you cannot hide a lion among sheep. Greece needs you, son of Peleus. Troy awaits." Achilles looked at the sword in his hand. He thought of his mother's tears, of the prophecy that promised either long obscurity or short glory. But in his heart the choice had already been made long ago. He was not meant for a quiet life. "Let me gather my things," he said, "and send word to Patroclus. If I go to war, he goes with me." Patroclus was more than just Achilles' companion. They had been raised together since childhood, when Patroclus had been exiled to Phthia after accidentally killing another boy during a game of dice. The bond between them was deeper than friendship, being as unbreakable as any blood tie. Where Achilles was fierce and prideful, Patroclus was gentle and wise. They balanced each other perfectly. When Patroclus arrived at Skyros and saw Achilles in his warrior's gear, he simply smiled and clasped his friend's shoulder. "I knew your mother's plan would not hold you for long," he said. "Where you go, I follow, to Troy or to Hades itself." As the ships prepared to depart Skyros, Achilles stood at the prow, the sea wind blowing around him. The greatest warrior of the age was going to war. And though he knew it meant his doom, he sailed toward it with a smile on his face. Part 6. The Sacrifice. The greatest warriors from across Greece had assembled at Aulis, with Agamemnon commanding a fleet of over 1,000 vessels, the largest armada Greece had ever seen. The beach camp stretched for miles, and when the order came to embark, the men loaded their supplies, said their prayers to the gods, and prepared to sail for Troy. But when the fleet attempted to depart, the ships barely moved. The sails hung limp against their masts. Not a whisper of wind stirred the air. Day after day the fleet sat motionless, whilst supplies dwindled and the men grew restless. Agamemnon consulted the seer Calchas, a prophet who could read the will of the gods in the flight of birds and the patterns of smoke. Calchas studied the signs, and what he saw made him hesitate before speaking. "The goddess Artemis has stolen the winds," Calchas announced to the assembled kings. "You killed one of her sacred deer whilst hunting, great Agamemnon, and she will not allow you to sail until you have paid the price." "What price?" Agamemnon demanded. "I will sacrifice 100 bulls. I will build her a temple of marble and gold." Calchas shook his head slowly. "The goddess demands something far more precious. She requires the sacrifice of that which you hold most dear. Your eldest daughter, Iphigenia, must die upon her altar. Only her blood will restore the winds." Complete silence followed. Menelaus looked at his brother with horror. Odysseus closed his eyes. Even Achilles, who feared nothing, felt cold at such a demand. "No," Agamemnon finally whispered. Then louder, "No, I will not. There must be another way." But there was no other way. For 3 days Agamemnon raged and pleaded, threatened and bargained. Meanwhile, thousands of men waited, idle, consuming provisions that would be needed for the siege of Troy. Fights broke out daily. The alliance Agamemnon had built threatened to dissolve as minor kings grew impatient and began talking of going home. Not only Agamemnon's pride, but his very kingship hung in the balance. That night, Agamemnon did not sleep. He paced his tent like a caged animal, wrestling with a choice no father should face. By dawn, his decision was made, though it would haunt him for the rest of his days. He sent a messenger to Mycenae with a letter for his wife, Clytemnestra, sealed with his royal ring. The message was brief and false. Achilles, the greatest warrior of the age, had asked for Iphigenia's hand in marriage. She should come to Aulis immediately for the wedding. Come quickly, he stressed, as they were soon to depart for Troy. Iphigenia arrived within the week, filled with excitement. 16 years old, she came dressed in wedding finery, imagining her life with the greatest warrior in Greece. Clytemnestra held her daughter's hand as they walked through the camp, both women smiling at the future that awaited. "Father!" she called out, seeing Agamemnon waiting by what she took to be a wedding altar. The marble platform had been decorated with flowers, priests standing ready in their ceremonial robes. "Where is noble Achilles? I confess I am nervous to meet him." Agamemnon could not speak. He stood at the altar, his expression unmoving, the ceremonial dagger hidden in the folds of his robe. As Iphigenia approached, her joy began to fade. She noticed the strange silence of the watching soldiers. She saw tears on some of their faces. She noticed that what she had taken for wedding decorations were actually wreaths meant for the dead. "Father?" Her voice grew uncertain as she climbed the altar steps. "Father, what is happening?" It was only when she saw the rope in the priest's hands, when she felt them grab her arms, that she understood. Her screams pierced the air. "Father, no, please! I am your daughter, your little dear, you used to call me." She struggled against the priests, but they were too strong. Agamemnon moved as if in a trance. Some later claimed Artemis clouded his mind to make the deed possible. Others would say that his ambition simply outweighed his love. He raised the dagger high. "For Greece," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Forgive me." The blade fell. Iphigenia's scream cut off abruptly as blood spread across the white marble. The deed was done. And the moment Iphigenia's body went still, the wind returned. First a whisper rustling through the camp, then stronger, setting the ship's rigging singing. Within minutes a powerful breeze filled every sail, the perfect wind to carry them to Troy. Artemis had her sacrifice, and Agamemnon had his winds. But he had lost something far more valuable. Clytemnestra, held back by guards as her daughter was murdered, looked at her husband with such hatred that men turned away from her gaze. She would return to Mycenae alone, and there she would wait, nurturing her rage and planning her vengeance. Agamemnon had chosen glory over his own child, a choice that would ultimately be his undoing. But for now, the fleet sailed east, towards war, death, and the destiny that the gods had woven for them all. Behind them, smoke rose from the funeral pyre where Iphigenia's body burned, a dark omen of all the death that was to come. Part 7. 9 Years of War. The Greek fleet appeared on Troy's horizon at dawn, 1,000 black sails spreading across the sea. Watchmen on Troy's towers rang the alarm bells until their arms ached, the sound rolling across the waking city. Citizens rushed to the walls and felt their breath catch, the sight before them unlike any they had seen before. It was as if the sea itself had turned black. Ships beyond counting, stretching from one end of the horizon to the other, all bearing down on Troy like a great wave. Mothers grabbed their children. Old men who had survived past wars felt their resolve weaken. King Priam stood upon the walls, one hand gripping the battlements as he watched his soldiers prepare for battle on the plain below. Hector commanded the Trojan forces, his deep voice bellowing across the city as he tried to maintain order and organize his soldiers for the defense. Paris stood nearby, looking pale and small in comparison, the young prince exchanging worried looks with his new bride. The Greek ships approached the shore, their oars churning the water white. But as the fleet drew closer to land, the pace slowed. No ship moved to the beach itself. The warriors sat at their benches, weapons ready, but no one gave the order to disembark. Thetis, the mother of Achilles, had received a prophecy. The first Greek to set foot on Trojan soil would be the first to die. Every man in that fleet understood what stepping off a ship first would mean. Glory, yes, but death before the war had barely begun. Tens of thousands of warriors sat frozen on their benches, each waiting for another to claim the fatal honor. The Trojans, assembled on the beach in their bronze armor, shields locked in a defensive formation, watched in confusion as the mighty Greek army came to a standstill. Then one man stood. His name was Patroclus, lord of Phylace, one of Helen's former suitors who had sworn the oath to defend her marriage. He was not the strongest warrior, nor the most famous, but in that moment he proved to be the most courageous of them all. "Forward!" he shouted to his oarsmen. The ship surged ahead of the others, its prow grinding into the sand. Before anyone could stop him, before his men could even lower the ramp, Patroclus leapt over the side, his sandals striking Trojan earth. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then he charged the Trojan line alone. His spear found its first target before the men could react, punching through armor and leather into flesh. A second Trojan fell, then a third, then a fourth. For a few glorious moments, one Greek warrior drove back an entire army. But then Hector arrived. Troy's greatest warrior pushed through his own lines, his horsehair plume nodding above the crowd. He had watched this lone Greek's suicidal courage with something approaching respect. When their eyes met across the blood-soaked sand, both men knew how this would end. Hector's spear flew straight and true. It caught Patroclus just below the throat, in the gap between his armor and helmet. The Greek warrior dropped to his knees, blood pouring onto the sand that he had been first to claim. As his vision faded, Patroclus saw the rest of the Greeks finally pouring from their ships, inspired by his sacrifice. Greek vessels beached all along the shore, ramps crashed down, and thousands of warriors flooded onto the sand. The prophecy had been fulfilled. Now the war could truly begin. The first day's fighting was savage. The Greeks, inspired by Patroclus's courage, drove the Trojans all the way back to Troy's gates. Bodies carpeted the plain between the beach and the city. As the sun set, both armies pulled back, exhausted, to count their dead. The Greeks established their camp on the beach where they had landed, dragging their ships onto the sand and building a wall of timber and earth to protect them. From this base they launched attack after attack against Troy's walls, but the fortifications that Poseidon and Apollo had built held firm. Siege towers were constructed and burned. Battering rams were brought forward and shattered against gates that would not yield. Scaling ladders were raised only to be pushed back, sending men tumbling to their deaths on the rocks below. The Trojans, for their part, could not drive the Greeks back into the sea. Whenever they sallied out of the gates to attack the Greek camp, Achilles, Ajax, and the other great warriors would push them back, leaving the plain littered with Trojan dead. The war settled into a brutal stalemate, neither side able to gain the advantage, both bleeding themselves dry in the struggle. High on Mount Olympus, the gods watched the war unfold, and they too chose their sides. Hera and Athena, still furious after Paris's judgment, threw their support behind the Greeks. They whispered in the ears of Greek commanders, strengthened their warriors' arms, and turned aside Trojan spears in battle. Meanwhile, Aphrodite, who had promised Helen to Paris and had therefore begun this whole conflict, supported Troy, protecting Paris when he fought and blessing the Trojan women with courage. Apollo, the patron god of Troy, whose temple stood within the city walls, defended his chosen people, though his support was complicated by his lingering anger at Laomedon's ancient betrayal. Poseidon, jealous that the Trojans worshipped Apollo rather than him, despite his role in building their walls, sided with the Greeks, sending favourable winds to their ships and strength to their sailors. And Ares, the god of war himself, cared nothing for justice or ancient grudges. He simply craved battle and bloodshed, and so he supported whichever side would create the most carnage, often fighting for Troy simply to prolong the conflict and ensure the killing would continue. Day after day, month after month, the war raged on, until 9 brutal years had passed. Boys who had sailed from Greece without ever seeing combat had transformed into scarred veterans. In the Greek camp, the Grand Alliance began to fray. Supplies ran thin. The surrounding countryside, stripped bare by both armies, could no longer sustain them. It was then that Achilles proposed a new strategy. If they could not take Troy by force, they would starve it into submission. But to do that, they needed to cut off Troy's supply lines and secure resources for their own army. Achilles would lead raiding parties south along the coast of Asia Minor, taking the cities and towns that supplied Troy with food, gold, and fighting men. The Trojan allies, scattered across the coast without Troy's walls to protect them, fell one after another. Achilles led the raids personally, accompanied by the Myrmidons, his elite warriors from Phthia. These men were absolutely loyal to Achilles alone, the finest fighters in the Greek army, and they moved through the region like a scythe through wheat. The island of Lesbos fell first, its harbours seized and its ships captured. Lyrnessus, a prosperous trading town, was sacked and burned, while Hypatia, a fortified settlement in the hills, was besieged and conquered. Thebe, the city where Hector's wife Andromache had been born, was destroyed utterly, its king killed and its treasure stolen. From these conquered cities, the Greeks took everything of value. Gold and silver filled their coffers, grain and livestock fed their armies, and women captured in the raids were divided among the warriors as prizes. Yet, despite appearing powerless, it would be 2 of these captured women who would change the course of the war. The first, a woman called Briseis, was claimed by Achilles. The daughter of a local priest, she became the war prize of Greece's greatest warrior, assigned to his tent by right of conquest. The second woman, Chryseis, was taken by Agamemnon, who quickly became infatuated with her. He kept her in his personal quarters and treated her more as a concubine than a slave, showering her with gifts even as he held her captive. Agamemnon's prize, however, came with unexpected consequences. Chryseis was the daughter of Chryses, a priest of Apollo, a man whose long years of service had earned him the god's favour. When Chryses came walking across the plain toward the Greek camp one morning, carrying a small fortune in gold and silver to ransom his daughter, he set in motion events that would nearly destroy the Greek alliance from within. Here, the Iliad, the great song of Achilles' rage, would begin, not with Helen's abduction or the gathering of ships, but now, in the 10th year, with a quarrel over a captured woman that would doom them all. Part 8. The Wrath of Achilles. Chryses arrived at the Greek camp at midday when the sun beat down on the canvas tents. He was an old man, his hair white and back bent from years of service to Apollo, but he walked with purpose across the open plain, alone and unarmed, carrying a chest in one hand and Apollo's sacred staff in the other. The Greek guards watched him approach with curiosity. An old priest carrying treasure presented no threat. They let him pass through the timber walls, and he made his way toward Agamemnon's tent, the largest structure in the camp. Word spread quickly. Soldiers emerged to watch. By the time Chryses reached Agamemnon's quarters, a crowd had gathered. The priest knelt before the entrance, placing the chest on the ground and holding up his sacred staff. "Great Agamemnon, King of Kings!" he called out, his voice carrying across the assembled warriors, "and all you Greeks! May the gods grant you victory and a safe return home. But I beg you, accept this ransom and release my daughter. Have mercy on an old man who has served the gods faithfully all his life." The crowd murmured. The ransom was substantial, and many of the watching Greeks nodded in agreement. It seemed a fair exchange, and besides, the priest had invoked the gods. To refuse would be to invite their anger. Agamemnon emerged from his tent. He looked at the old man kneeling before him, at the treasure chest, and his face darkened with contempt. "Old man," he said, his voice cold, "my answer is no. Now leave before I lose my patience. The girl is mine. She will grow old in my house in Argos, far from her homeland, working at my loom and sharing my bed. Now get out of my sight before I forget the customs of hospitality entirely." The crowd fell silent. Chryses remained kneeling for a moment, as if unable to believe what he had heard. Then, slowly, painfully, he rose to his feet. He picked up his chest of gold, his hands shaking, and turned away. As he walked back across the plain toward the sea, many Greeks watched him go with unease. They had just witnessed their commander insult a priest of Apollo, and such insults did not go unpunished. When Chryses reached the shore, far from the Greek camp, he knelt in the sand and raised his hands to the sky. "Hear me, Apollo," he prayed, his voice breaking with grief and rage. "If I have ever pleased you, if I have ever built your temples or burned offerings in your honor, grant me this prayer. Let the Greeks pay for my tears with your arrows." Apollo heard him. The god descended from Olympus with his silver bow, his quiver full of plague-bearing arrows. For 9 days he sat upon the cliffs above the Greek camp, invisible to mortal eyes, shooting his arrows. First the mules died, then the dogs, then the men themselves. The sickness came suddenly. A man would be speaking one moment, then clutch his stomach the next, doubling over as fever took him. Within hours he would be dead, his skin covered in dark spots, blood leaking from his nose and mouth. The funeral pyres burned day and night, their smoke darkening the sky. The Greeks huddled in their tents, terrified, as Apollo's plague consumed their army. On the 10th day, with hundreds dead and hundreds more dying, Achilles called an assembly. The greatest warriors gathered in the central square of the camp, keeping their distance from one another, fearful of contagion. Agamemnon sat on his throne, pale and drawn, whilst Achilles stood before him. "King Agamemnon," Achilles said, his voice carrying across the assembly, "this plague will destroy our army before Troy's walls ever do. We must consult a prophet, discover which god we have offended and how we might appease them. Otherwise we should load our ships and sail for home whilst we still have men to row them." There were murmurs of agreement. Agamemnon gestured irritably towards Calchas, the same seer who had demanded Iphigenia's sacrifice. Calchas was pale, his expression uneasy as he stepped forward towards the king. "It is Agamemnon who has brought this plague upon us. He angered Apollo when he dishonoured his priest. Apollo will not lift the plague till Chryseis is returned to her father, given freely and without ransom." The assembly erupted in shouts. Some men turned to Agamemnon, waiting for his response. Others looked at the funeral pyres still burning in the distance, fearing they would be next. Agamemnon rose slowly from his throne, his face flushed with rage. "You prophet of evil!" he roared at Calchas. "You have never spoken a favourable word to me. First my daughter, and now my prize." He turned to address the whole assembly. "But yes, I will give the girl back if that is what Apollo demands. I would rather have my men alive than keep one slave girl." He paused, his jaw clenched tight, then continued, "But I will not be the only leader here to lose his prize. If I give up Chryseis, then someone must give up their trophy to me. It is not right that I, the king of all Greeks, should go without while lesser men keep their spoils." Achilles stepped forward, his temper flaring. "So this is your solution? You insult Apollo's priest, bring plague upon us all, and now you would steal from your own men to soothe your wounded pride?" Agamemnon turned on Achilles, his voice rising. "Yes, I will return Chryseis, and since you are so concerned with what is right and proper, Achilles, you can provide her replacement. I will come to your tent personally and take Chryseis, your prize. Let everyone see what happens when someone challenges my authority." The assembly went deathly quiet. Every man there understood what Agamemnon had just threatened. To take another warrior's prize was the greatest insult, a complete denial of his honour and his achievements in battle. Achilles' face flushed red with rage. His hand moved to his sword. Every Greek in the assembly held their breath. They all knew what Achilles was capable of. They had seen him kill dozens of men without taking a scratch. If he drew that blade now, Agamemnon would die, and the Greek alliance would shatter before Troy ever fell. Achilles gripped the hilt and began to pull. The blade was halfway from its sheath when suddenly everything slowed. The assembly seemed to freeze around him. Men who had been shouting fell silent. Warriors reaching for their weapons stopped mid-motion. The entire world became still and muffled, as though Achilles stood under water. Then a hand seized his hair from behind, yanking his head back violently. He spun around in shock, ready to strike whoever had dared touch him, and then he saw her. Athena, the grey-eyed goddess, towering over him. She had descended from Olympus at Hera's command, sent to prevent the catastrophe that was about to unfold. Her presence was overwhelming. her divine power radiating from her like heat from a forge. "Do not draw that sword," she said, her voice quiet but carrying absolute authority. "I know your rage, Achilles. I know how deeply this insult cuts. But if you kill Agamemnon now, you destroy everything your people have worked for. The war ends, the alliance breaks, and you gain nothing but blood on your hands." "He dishonors me in front of the entire army," Achilles hissed, his voice low and filled with anger. "He takes what is mine by right of conquest. How can I let such an insult stand?" "You will have your revenge," Athena said, "but not with violence. Not today. Wound him with words instead. Humiliate him before his men. Then withdraw from this war. Let him see what happens when he tries to fight without you. The day will come when the Greeks are dying by the hundreds, when Hector drives them back to their ships in terror, and Agamemnon will beg you to return. That will be your victory, far sweeter than his death." Achilles stood there, his legendary temper threatening to overwhelm him even now, despite the command of a goddess. Then, slowly, he pushed his sword back into its sheath, a soft click audible as the hilt returned to its resting place. Athena vanished, with the assembly coming back to life around him. Achilles turned to Agamemnon, and when he spoke, his words cut deeper than any blade could. "You drunken fool! You have the face of a dog and the heart of a coward. You never lead men into battle yourself, never risk your own life in combat. You sit in your tent, growing fat on the spoils of war, whilst better men do the fighting." The watching Greeks shifted uncomfortably. No one had ever spoken to Agamemnon this way, not in public, before thousands of witnesses. "Take, Briseis," Achilles continued. "Take her, and know this. I will not lift another finger to help you. When Hector comes, when the Trojans drive you back to these ships and burn them, do not come begging for my help. I will sit in my tent and watch you fail." He turned and walked away, pushing through the stunned crowd. Patroclus followed without a word, and the Myrmidons, loyal to Achilles alone, fell in behind their leader. The assembly slowly dispersed, men whispering amongst themselves, casting nervous glances toward Agamemnon, who stood rigid on his throne, his face contorted with rage. That afternoon, heralds came to Achilles' tent. They were young men, clearly terrified of upsetting him, with none wanting the job that had been assigned to them. "We have been sent by King Agamemnon," one of them stammered, to take the woman Briseis." Achilles looked at them for a long moment. They were just messengers following orders, and his quarrel was not with them. "Patroclus," he called into the tent. "Bring her out." Patroclus emerged, leading Briseis by the hand. She had clearly been crying, her face streaked with tears. Without a word, she went with them, walking back toward Agamemnon's tent, whilst Achilles watched, his anger barely contained. When she was gone, Achilles walked away from the camp, alone, down to the edge of the sea. He stood on the beach, looking out at the grey water, and raised his hands to the sky. "Mother," he called, "Thetis, hear me." The sea began to stir. Mist rose from the waves, coalescing into the form of the silver-footed goddess. Thetis emerged from the water and came to her son, seeing the pain and rage on his face. "My child," she said softly, touching his cheek. "What has happened?" Achilles told her everything: the plague, the assembly, Agamemnon's insult, and the theft of Briseis. As he spoke, his mother listened, her hand tightening on his shoulder. "He has dishonoured you," she said when he had finished, "and for that he must pay. I will go to Olympus. I will speak to Zeus himself. The Greeks will suffer for this insult to my son. They will lose battle after battle until Agamemnon understands what he has done, until he comes crawling to you, begging for your return." She kissed his forehead and vanished back into the sea, leaving Achilles alone on the beach. Behind him, the Greek camp continued its business. Soldiers sharpened weapons and prepared for the next day's fighting, but the greatest warrior in their army would not be joining them. Achilles returned to his tent, sat down, and picked up his lyre. Here he would wait until Agamemnon learnt the cost of his arrogance. Part 9. The Duel for Helen. Thetis rose from the sea at dawn and ascended to Olympus, where Zeus sat upon his throne overlooking the world. The other gods fell silent as she approached, for they all knew why she had come. Word of Achilles' withdrawal had already reached their divine halls, with the implications all too clear. Thetis knelt before Zeus and grasped his knees in the ancient gesture of supplication. "Great Zeus," she said, "remember how I once saved you, when Hera, Poseidon, and Apollo bound you in chains. The debt you swore to repay, I claim it now." Zeus's eyebrows, dark as storm clouds, drew together. He knew what she would ask before the words left her lips. "Let the Trojans push the Greeks back to their ships," Thetis pleaded. "Let them feel terror without my son's protection. Let Agamemnon watch his men die, knowing his pride caused their destruction. Only when he crawls to Achilles, begging forgiveness, will my son return to battle." Zeus sat silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. The other gods watched, tense. Hera especially looked displeased, for she still hated the Trojans after Paris's choice and had no desire to see their success. But Zeus owed Thetis a debt, and he never forgot those who helped him. "I will grant your request," Zeus said finally. "The Greeks will suffer. They will learn the cost of dishonouring the son of a goddess." Hera rose from her throne, her face flushed with anger. "Husband, you cannot!" Zeus's gaze silenced her. "I have made my decision. Let no god interfere in this war. Not for the Greeks, not for the Trojans. This conflict will proceed as I decree, and any immortal who defies me will be hurled into the darkest depths of Tartarus to join the Titans in their prison." Thunder rolled across the heavens, and the gods bowed their heads in submission. Even Hera said nothing more. Zeus turned his gaze earthward, toward Troy, and the scales of war began to tip. The change was felt immediately on the battlefield. The next morning, when the Greeks formed their lines, something was different. Their spear thrusts that should have found their marks went wide. Their shields seemed heavier, their legs slower. The Trojans, meanwhile, fought with renewed vigour, as if the gods themselves were guiding their hands. Hector led the Trojan forces with growing confidence. Without Achilles to face, he became the dominant force on the battlefield, cutting through Greek ranks with ease. By the third day of Zeus's intervention, Greek bodies littered the battlefield. The Trojans had driven them back, step by bloody step, until the fighting raged within sight of the beached ships. Agamemnon's face had grown gaunt with worry, and whispers of retreat began to spread through the Greek camp. On the fourth morning, both armies assembled once more. The Trojans advanced in formation, their confidence visible in every step. The Greeks formed their lines, shields locked, but their movements were weary and defensive. Then, before the armies could clash, a single figure stepped out from the Trojan ranks. It was Paris. He wore a set of magnificent armour, more decorative than functional, with a leopard skin draped across his shoulders. For the last 9 years he had largely managed to avoid combat in the war that he had started, usually shooting with his bow from afar when he dared to venture outside the walls. But now, with the Greek army faltering like never before, he saw his opportunity for glory. "Greeks!" he shouted across the battlefield. "I, Paris, son of Priam and prince of Troy, challenge any man among you to face me in single combat. Let us settle this war as warriors should, one against one, rather than hiding behind our armies like frightened women." The Greek ranks stirred. Some men muttered angrily at his arrogance. Others laughed, knowing exactly who would step forward to accept his foolish challenge. Menelaus had been waiting in his chariot amongst the front ranks, and the moment he heard Paris's voice, his head had snapped up like a hunting dog catching a scent. For 9 years he had dreamed of this moment. For 9 years he had imagined what he would do when he finally faced the man who had stolen his wife and drawn him into a decade-long war. He leapt down from his chariot, landing heavily on the ground, and began walking toward Paris. He said nothing. He didn't need to. His intention was written in every step he took. The change in the Trojan prince was instantaneous. His confident smile vanished. His face went pale. Menelaus was not some anonymous Greek soldier he could defeat with a lucky spear throw. Menelaus was a veteran warrior whose single purpose in life was to kill him. The Spartan king continued forward, closing the distance between them with steady, confident strides. Paris took a step backward, then another. Then he turned and ran, scrambling back toward the safety of the Trojan lines, tripping over his own feet as he did so. A roar went up from the Greek lines, some laughing, others mocking and shouting insults. Even some of the Trojans looked away in shame. Hector, standing at the front of the Trojan formation, watched his brother's flight with disgust. For nearly a decade he had defended Paris, protected him, as families should, but he had also watched his people die in a war his brother had started, all for a stolen woman. Every day that Troy suffered, Hector's disdain had grown. Now, watching Paris flee like a frightened child, something in him snapped. "Paris!" Hector bellowed. "Stop, you coward!" Paris froze, caught between his brother's command and his terror of Menelaus. Hector strode forward, and when he spoke, his voice was loud enough for both armies to hear. Every word was designed to shame. "You vain, woman-stealing coward! You challenge the Greeks to single combat, and the moment one accepts, you run and hide behind better men. I wish you had never been born. I wish the shepherd had left you on the mountain to die as he was supposed to." Paris flinched as if struck. Around them the Trojan warriors shifted uncomfortably. No one met Paris's eyes. "You seduced another man's wife," Hector continued as he towered over his brother. "You started this war that has killed thousands of our people, and now, when given the chance to end it with your own courage, you flee like a child. Where is your honor?" For a long moment, Paris said nothing. Then slowly he straightened. When he spoke, his voice was quiet but steady. "You are right, brother. Everything you say is true. I have no defense." He looked toward the Greek lines, where Menelaus still stood waiting, his sword half drawn. "I will fight him. Arrange the combat properly, with oaths and witnesses. I will face Menelaus, and we will let the gods decide my fate." Hector looked at his brother, and for once found no sign of falsehood or cowardice. "Very well. At least you can manage this much courage." Heralds moved between the armies, making arrangements. A lamb was brought forth and sacrificed to Zeus, as both Agamemnon and Priam swore binding oaths. The armies would honour the result. The war would end today. Both armies formed a great circle on the plain, Greeks to the south, Trojans to the north, with open ground between them. Paris stood in the Trojan ranks, accepting his plumed helmet and shield from his attendants. He still wore his magnificent armour, but his hands, the Greeks noted with satisfaction, were trembling. Menelaus, by contrast, stood perfectly still. He wore simple, practical armour, battle-worn and dented from 9 years of fighting. Unconcerned with how he looked, he was a warrior who had killed many men and was prepared to kill one more. The two men faced each other across 20 paces of open ground. For a moment, neither moved. Then Hector raised his arm and dropped it. "Begin!" he roared, as thousands of cheers went up in both camps. Paris raised his spear first. He took 3 quick steps and hurled it with all his strength, the bronze point striking Menelaus's shield dead center before falling harmlessly to the ground. The Spartan king didn't even flinch. Now it was Menelaus's turn. He lifted his spear, and for a moment he stood perfectly still, taking aim. Then he moved. His throw was not hurried like Paris's had been. It was controlled and powerful. The spear struck Paris's shield with such force that it punched straight through, throwing the shield from his hand and leaving him defenseless. Before the prince could recover his footing, Menelaus drew his sword and charged. He closed the distance in heartbeats, with Paris barely managing to draw his own blade in time. Bronze rang against bronze as Menelaus struck again and again, driving Paris to one knee with the strength of his blows. Then Menelaus's sword shattered. The bronze blade, weakened by the violent impacts, snapped at the hilt. Menelaus stood there for a heartbeat, staring at the broken weapon in his hand. Then he threw it aside and lunged forward with his bare hands. He caught Paris by his helmet's horsehair plume and yanked him forward. The helmet's chin strap dug into the Trojan prince's throat, choking him as Menelaus dragged him across the ground toward the Greek lines, hauling him like a fisherman dragging a large catch to shore. Paris's hands clawed at the strap, cutting into his throat. His face was turning purple. The Greeks were roaring with triumph. The Trojans watched in horror as their prince was strangled before their eyes. But they were not the only ones watching. High on Olympus, the gods had gathered to see the duel play out, with Aphrodite watching with growing panic. Paris had given her the golden apple, declaring her the fairest of all goddesses, and she had promised him protection in return. To let him die now would be to break her own word. Sneaking out of the hall while the other gods were distracted, she quickly descended to the mortal world. Menelaus, dragging Paris behind him, suddenly felt the weight behind him disappear, causing him to stumble forward, an empty helmet now the only thing in his hand. He threw it aside in frustration and looked for Paris. But Paris was gone. Where the Trojan prince had been lying moments before, there was only a faint shimmer in the air, like heat rising from desert sands. "Where is he?" Menelaus roared, spinning around. "Where is he?" The armies murmured in confusion. One moment Paris had been there, being dragged to his death. The next he had simply vanished. In his bedchamber in Troy, Paris was equally confused. One moment he had been dragged through the dirt, and the next he lay on his silk sheets, still gasping for air, his throat bruised and raw. Through the window he could hear the distant sounds of confused shouting from the plain below. Above him he made out the faint image of Aphrodite smiling down at him, still as beautiful as the day he had gifted her the apple, before she vanished completely. Before he could regain his bearings, Paris's door swung open. There stood Helen, fury written across her face. Her love for Paris, while still held together by Aphrodite's magic, had withered over 9 years of war. She had watched thousands die because of their choice. In Troy's streets, people spat when she passed, blaming her for every son and husband lost to Greek spears. The passion that had driven her to abandon everything now felt like madness, and the man before her looked less like the prince who had swept her away and more like a coward hiding from consequence. "So," she said, watching her husband tremble on his silken sheets, "this is how the great prince of Troy fights his battles? Saved by a goddess because he could not face the man whose wife he stole?" Paris reached for her, but she stepped back. "I wish Menelaus had killed you," she said quietly. "At least then you would have died with some fragment of honor. The goddess made me your prize, Paris, like a piece of cattle awarded at a contest, and you took me without thinking of the consequences. Now thousands are dead because of it." "Helen," he croaked, "no." She turned toward the window, where the sounds of shouting were growing louder. "They will fight again, because of us. Because of you, and you lie here on perfumed sheets whilst Hector faces death to clean up your mess." Her words rang true. On the battlefield below, a great cheer erupted from the Greek lines. "Menelaus has won!" Agamemnon cried out, his voice carrying across both armies. "Paris has fled! The victory belongs to Sparta!" Another cheer went up before he continued. "The oaths were sworn. Helen must be returned, and Troy must pay compensation. The war is over!" The Greeks erupted in celebration, but the Trojans stood silent, looking at one another uneasily. Their prince had lost. The gods, it seemed, had intervened to save him from death. What did that mean? Should they honor the oaths and surrender Helen? High in the halls of Olympus, the gods were asking the same question. Zeus sat upon his throne, watching the battlefield with a satisfied expression. The duel had been fought, a victor declared. Perhaps this war could end without further divine meddling. But Hera rose from her seat, her face flushed with anger. "Husband, you cannot allow this. Aphrodite has broken your decree. You commanded that no god interfere, yet she snatched Paris from the battlefield and made a mockery of the sacred oaths." Athena stepped forward, sharing the fury of her stepmother. "The Trojans stand there debating whether to honor their word. After everything, after 9 years of Greek blood spilled, you would let Aphrodite's interference end it? Let Paris escape justice because a goddess favors him?" Zeus's expression darkened. "I am aware of what Aphrodite did," he said with more than a hint of irritation. "Then you must allow us to act as well," Hera pressed. "If one goddess can save her favorite, why should we not protect ours?" Zeus felt the eyes of every god upon him, watching to see what he would decide. He had promised Thetis that the Greeks would suffer, but beyond that he had forbidden divine interference, a command Aphrodite had just violated. "Very well," Zeus said finally. Athena, go, but the blood that follows will stain your hands as much as any mortal's. I grant you this, but remember, you chose this path." Athena descended immediately, already planning how she would restart the war. Searching through the Trojan ranks, she began looking for the right tool to shatter the fragile peace. Her gaze fell upon Pandarus, a skilled archer from Lycia, standing with his bow in hand. She appeared beside him, taking the form of a Trojan warrior he trusted. "Pandarus," she whispered, "do you see Menelaus standing there, exposed and unarmored? One shot, one arrow. You could strike down the Spartan king and win glory beyond measure. Paris would reward you with gold and treasures. Your name would be sung in Troy's halls for generations." Pandarus hesitated, thinking of the oaths they had sworn, of the opportunity for peace. But the voice beside him was persuasive, and the target was tempting. Menelaus stood in the open ground, celebrating his victory, his guard down. "The war will resume eventually anyway," the voice whispered. "The Greeks will never truly leave. Why not strike now, whilst you have the chance? Why not be the hero who saved Troy?" Pandarus drew his bow. Nocking an arrow, he drew back the string and took aim. The goddess guided his hand, ensuring the shot would find its mark. The arrow flew. It crossed the space between the armies in a heartbeat, cutting through the air with a whisper. Menelaus, turning to address his brother, never saw it coming. The Spartan king gasped and stumbled, his hand going to his side, where blood was already pouring from the wound. For a moment, the battlefield froze in shock. Then chaos erupted. "Treachery!" Agamemnon roared, rushing to his brother's side. "Someone fetch a healer! They have broken the sacred oaths! To war, brothers! To war!" The Greeks exploded with rage. Both armies charged. The plain between them disappeared under a flood of warriors. The fragile hope of peace shattered as quickly as it had arrived. Part 10. When Mortals Wound Gods. The fighting that followed Pandarus's arrow was savage beyond anything the war had yet seen. Both armies threw themselves at each other with renewed fury, the Greeks enraged by the broken oaths, the Trojans desperate to drive them back. Zeus watched from Olympus and kept his word to Thetis. Although Athena had restarted the war, he would still ensure the Greeks suffered. The Trojans fought with divine favour at their backs, and again the Greeks found themselves being pushed back. But Athena would not accept defeat so easily. If Zeus limited what she could do directly, she would work through a mortal champion. Her gaze fell upon Diomedes, king of Argos, fighting in the front ranks of the Greek army. Diomedes was young for a king, barely 30 years old, but he had already earned a reputation as one of Greece's finest warriors, being second only to Achilles. Athena had watched him since childhood, recognizing in him a warrior worthy of her divine patronage. Now, as the Greeks faltered under Zeus's decree, she descended to the battlefield. She appeared beside Diomedes, invisible to all but him, and placed her hand upon his shoulder. Immediately, an otherworldly strength flooded through his limbs. His exhaustion vanished. His wounds ceased to hurt. Most remarkably, a mist cleared from his eyes, and suddenly he could see what no other mortal could. He could distinguish gods from men on the battlefield. He saw Apollo striding among the Trojans, turning aside Greek spears with invisible hands. He made out Ares in the distance, his divine form towering above the fighters, laughing as men died. The gods were everywhere, their hands influencing every kill, and suddenly Diomedes understood why the Greeks were losing. "Fight, King of Argos," Athena whispered. "I give you my blessing. Strike down any Trojan who stands before you, but hear my warning. Do not face any of the immortal gods in combat, save one. If Aphrodite enters the battle, if she dares to protect her favorites again, you have my permission to wound her. Show her that even goddesses can bleed." Diomedes felt the divine power flooding his limbs and understood his purpose. Athena had given him the strength to turn the tide. He raised his spear and charged back into the fray. What followed was destruction unlike anything seen since Achilles left the battlefield. Diomedes tore through the Trojan ranks, his spear finding throats and piercing hearts. Men who had fought bravely all morning took one look at the Argive king and fled, recognizing something inhuman in the way he moved, seeming to know where every blow would come from before it was struck. The Greeks, seeing Diomedes' success, rallied and pressed forward with renewed courage. The tide of battle was turning. Then Aeneas entered the fray. Son of the goddess Aphrodite and the mortal Anchises, Aeneas was Troy's second greatest warrior after Hector. His mother had given him strength beyond normal men, though not the invulnerability that Achilles possessed. Aeneas had watched Diomedes' rampage with growing alarm. Someone had to stop the Greek king before he broke the entire Trojan line. He called to Pandarus, the archer who had shot Menelaus, to join him. "We'll take him together," Aeneas said, climbing into his chariot. "You with your bow, I with my spear. Between us we can bring him down." They drove towards Diomedes, Pandarus standing in the chariot drawing his bow. He loosed an arrow that struck Diomedes square in the shoulder, with Pandarus letting out a triumphant shout. "I hit him!" he cried out in astonishment. "I struck the mighty Diomedes!" But Diomedes did not fall. Athena's blessing still burned in his blood, with him reaching up, snapping the arrow shaft off and throwing it aside as if it were nothing. Pandarus's triumph turned to horror. "Impossible," he whispered. Diomedes responded by hurling his spear with such force that it went straight through Pandarus's face, shattering his skull and sending his body flying from the chariot. The horses panicked, running madly across the battlefield until the chariot struck a heavy boulder and flipped onto its side, throwing Aeneas hard to the ground. Wasting no time, Diomedes charged forward and wrenched one of the wheels free from the wrecked chariot, hurling the massive disc at his fallen opponent with superhuman strength. The wheel struck Aeneas's hip with a sickening crack. Bone shattered. The Trojan prince cried out in agony, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle. He would have died there, helpless and broken, if his mother had not been watching. Seeking to intervene yet again, Aphrodite descended from Olympus, invisible to mortal eyes, all except Diomedes, who saw her as clearly as daylight, thanks to Athena's blessing. The goddess of love was not dressed for war. Her loose robes were made of the finest silk, her hands soft as rose petals. She bent over her wounded son, trying to carry him away as she had done with Paris. This was the moment that Athena had prepared Diomedes for, a god taking the field, not fearsome gods like Apollo or Ares, but Aphrodite, the one goddess he was permitted to wound. He charged forward, spear raised, and struck. The sharp point caught Aphrodite's wrist, slicing through her divine flesh. Ichor, the golden blood of the gods, sprayed across the battlefield. Aphrodite shrieked, a sound of pure shock and pain unlike any she had made before. She had lived for eons without experiencing mortal suffering, and now a human, a mere mortal, had cut her. She dropped Aeneas and clutched her wounded wrist, staring at Diomedes with wide, disbelieving eyes. "You dare!" she screamed. "Flee, goddess of love," Diomedes said coldly, "before I show you what war truly means." Aphrodite fled, tears of gold streaming down her divine face as she flew back towards Olympus. Behind her, She left Aeneas lying helpless on the ground. But before Diomedes could strike, he would find himself confronted by a far more powerful god. Apollo, god of prophecy, materialized over Aeneas's body, his divine form blazing with power, far more terrible than Aphrodite's beauty had been. He lifted the wounded Trojan prince and held him close. Diomedes, still drunk on his god-given power, took a step forward, then another. He raised his spear toward Apollo himself. "Diomedes!" Apollo's voice boomed across the battlefield, making the earth tremble. "Think carefully about what you do next. Aphrodite is the goddess of love and beauty, soft and unused to war. I am not. I am Apollo, far striker, god of plague and prophecy. I have destroyed armies with disease. I have slain mortals by the thousand. Stand down, or I will end you where you stand." The madness of battle cleared from Diomedes' mind. He looked at Apollo, truly looked at the god's power, and understood that Athena's blessing had its limits. Slowly, Diomedes lowered his spear and stepped back. Apollo vanished with Aeneas, leaving Diomedes standing alone on the battlefield, his spear dripping with the golden blood of a goddess. But while Apollo was content to show mercy, there was another god who was not. Ares, god of war and Aphrodite's lover, had watched as a mortal wounded the goddess he loved. His rage, barely contained at the best of times, boiled over. "You dare!" he screamed from across the battlefield. "You insignificant insect! I will peel the flesh from your bones! I will make you beg for death!" The god began to charge across the plain towards Diomedes, every step shaking the earth, crushing Greek and Trojan alike in his fury. Diomedes, even with Athena's blessing running through him, felt fear grip his chest. "Goddess!" he cried out. "Please, I need your aid. Your brother comes for me." The goddess appeared beside him, her face tight with anger. "Yes, I see him, the fool. He sides with the Trojans, has always sided with them, simply because Hera and I favor the Greeks. His pride will not allow us even the smallest victory." "What can I do?" Diomedes asked. "You told me not to face the gods. Surely Ares is beyond even your blessing." Athena watched Ares charging towards them. "I told you not to face the gods alone, but you will not be alone. Come, it is time that I taught my brother a lesson." She placed both hands on Diomedes' shoulders, and the power that had been flowing through him doubled, then tripled. His limbs burned with strength, his vision sharpened, until he could count the individual links in armor from 100 paces away. "I will guide your chariot," Athena said, climbing in and taking the reins herself. "You will hold the spear. Together we will show the god of war that mortals are not as helpless as he believes." They thundered across the battlefield, Athena driving the horses with inhuman skill, weaving between fighters and corpses. The god of war saw them coming and raised his spear, ready to obliterate the mortal who had dared wound Aphrodite. Athena's hand closed over Diomedes' on the spear. Together, mortal and goddess, they thrust the weapon forward. The point struck Ares in the lower belly, below the edge of his breastplate, and tore through his divine flesh. Ares screamed. The sound was like 1,000 men crying out at once, a roar of pain and outrage that made the air itself tremble. Golden ichor gushed from the wound. The god staggered backwards, clutching his stomach, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You will pay for this, mortal," he snarled through the pain. "I will find you again, and when I do, you will beg for death." But even as he spoke, the god of war was retreating. Ares, who had laughed at the suffering of millions, could not bear his own agony. He fled, shooting upward into the sky like a meteor in reverse, leaving a trail of golden blood behind him. Bursting into the halls of Olympus, Ares ran over to Zeus, collapsing before his throne. "Father!" he roared. "That mortal Diomedes has dared to wound me. He struck me with his spear, and Athena guided his hand. This is an outrage. You must punish them both." Zeus looked down at his son with undisguised contempt. Of all his children, Ares was the one he found hardest to love. The god was useful in war, necessary even, but his constant whining and lack of self-control made him tiresome. "You dare complain to me?" Zeus said coldly. "I told all of you to stay out of the fighting. You ignored me, and now you weep because a mortal bested you?" Ares opened his mouth to protest, but Zeus's expression silenced him. "If you were not my son, if any other god had birthed something as troublesome as you, I would have cast you down to the depths of Tartarus long ago. Now go, and stop your crying. You shame yourself." Dismissed and humiliated, Ares limped away, muttering curses under his breath, while Zeus returned his attention to the battlefield. The king of gods allowed himself the smallest smile. Athena had been clever, finding a way to counter Ares without openly defying Zeus's command. He had told the gods not to interfere. He had not said mortals could not strike them down if they were foolish enough to take the field themselves. Part 11. Hector and Andromache. As the day's fighting came to an end, Hector returned to Troy with a heavy heart. The war had been so close to finishing when Paris fought Menelaus, so much so that he had allowed himself to hope. But then, as had happened so many times over the last 9 years, his hopes were dashed. He knew he could not go on fighting forever, that one day his luck would run out. As the sun set and the funeral pyres burned, Hector made a decision. He needed to see his family, not tomorrow, not after the next battle, but now, whilst he still could. He called for his chariot and drove through the mighty Scaean gates into Troy. As his chariot clattered through the streets, people stopped to watch him pass, their faces a mixture of hope and fear. He was their champion, the man who stood between them and destruction. The weight of their expectations pressed down on him more now than ever. Climbing the city's famous walls, he found his wife looking out over the battlefield, a small bundle held against her chest. Even from behind, Hector recognized the set of her shoulders, the way she held herself. Andromache was the daughter of a king, raised in wealth and comfort, but the war had taught her to stand like a soldier's wife, always watching, always waiting. Above the Aegean, the full moon rode high in a cloudless sky, turning the water to silver. Its light fell across Troy's ancient walls, across the plain below where tomorrow men would bleed again, across the distant shore where Greek ships sat like dark scars against the beach. The wind off the sea was cool, carrying salt and the smell of smoke from 1,000 campfires. Far below, waves broke against the rocks with steady rhythm, the same sound that had been Troy's lullaby before the Greeks came, and would remain long after. "Andromache," he called softly. She turned sharply, and when she saw him, her whole face transformed, relief and joy and terror all mixed together in a single moment. She hurried down the steps from the wall, her free hand gathering her skirts to keep from tripping, the baby clutched protectively in her other arm. "Hector!" She reached him and stopped, breathing hard from her rush down the steps. "I saw the fighting today. I saw you in the center of it. and I thought this would be the day you didn't come back to me." He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her and their son, pulling them both close. She smelled of olive oil and wool, familiar and safe. The baby made a small noise between them as he sensed his father's return. "I am here," he said into her hair. "I am with you." They stood like this for a long moment, Hector feeling the warmth of his wife and child, memorizing every second he could. Then Andromache pulled back slightly and looked up at him. Her eyes were fierce and desperate. "Do not go back," she said. "Please, Hector, stay here. Let the others fight tomorrow." "You know I cannot do that," Hector responded. "You can." Her hand gripped his arm tightly. "You are the prince. You could order others to take your place. You could stay and help defend the walls, fight from safety." "I cannot hide behind walls whilst my men die," Hector said while shaking his head. "What kind of man would that make me? What kind of example would I set for our son? A living one." The words came out sharp. "Astyanax needs a father, Hector. I need a husband. You can't keep throwing yourself into the front lines of every battle as if you're trying to die." "I am not trying to die," Hector said gently. "I am trying to protect this city, to protect you." "Then protect us by staying alive." Andromache's free hand came up to his face, forcing him to look at her. "Fight from the walls. Use archers and be strategic. You do not have to be the first man into every battle. Let Diomedes or Ajax or whoever leads the Greeks tomorrow come to you. Make them fight uphill from behind defences. Please." Hector caught her hand and held it against his cheek. "That is not how war works. If I hold back, if I fight carefully whilst my men take the risks, what message does that send? They follow me because I lead from the front, because I ask nothing of them that I would not do myself." "Your honour will get you killed," Andromache said, and now there were tears in her eyes. "Your honour will make me a widow and your son an orphan." "My honour is all I have," Hector said quietly. "Take that away and I'm nothing. Just another coward hiding behind walls." "You think I care about honour?" Andromache's voice cracked. "You think I care what songs they sing about you after you're dead? I want you alive, Hector. I want you here with us, growing old and safe." "I want that too," Hector said, and his voice was rough. "To watch our son grow, to teach him to ride and fight, to wake beside you every morning and see peace return to Troy." "Then stay!" Her hand clutched at his arm. "Or I have no one else." The words burst from her louder than she intended. The guard on the wall looked away, uncomfortable. "Do you understand that? My father is dead. Achilles killed him when he sacked our city. My 7 brothers, all dead, killed by Achilles on the same day. My mother died of illness soon after. You are all I have left in this world, Hector. You and our son. If you die out there, we have nothing." Hector pulled her close, feeling her trembling against him. He knew, with a certainty that settled heavy in his chest, that he would never have the life he wanted. But he could not tell her that. "I know what you have lost," he said quietly. "I know what you carry." "Then stay alive," she whispered against his chest. "Please, be a little more careful. Fight defensively. The war doesn't need you to be the greatest hero. Troy just needs you to survive." They stood there in silence, holding each other whilst the night deepened around them. The baby began to fuss, and Andromache shifted him in her arms. Hector looked down at his son for the first time since arriving. Astyanax was only a few months old, still small enough to cradle in one arm. He had his mother's dark eyes, visible even in his infant face. "Let me hold him," Hector said. Andromache started to hand the baby over, but Astyanax took one look at his father and began to wail. The child thrashed in his mother's arms, turning his face away from Hector, screaming in terror. For a moment Hector didn't understand. Then he realized what the baby was seeing. A stranger, in full battle armor, his face shadowed by a helm topped with a massive horsehair plume that nodded and swayed with every movement. To infant eyes, Hector must have looked like some kind of monster. Despite everything, despite the weight of the conversation they'd just had, Hector laughed. It was a real laugh, surprised and genuine. Andromache looked at him in confusion. Then understanding dawned on her face, and she laughed too. "He does not recognize me," Hector said, reaching up to remove his helmet. The bronze was warm from his body heat, and his hair was damp with sweat beneath it. He set the helmet on the ground and held out his arms again. "Come here, little one. It is only your father." This time, when Andromache transferred the baby, Astyanax settled against Hector's chest. The crying stopped, replaced by small, confused sounds, as the infant looked up at his father's face. Hector held his son carefully, this tiny, fragile thing that depended on him for everything. "Look at you," Hector said softly. "So small, so perfect." He lifted the baby slightly, looking into those dark eyes. "You will not remember this moment. You will not remember your father holding you before battle. But I will remember. I will carry this with me, whatever happens." He raised his voice slightly, speaking to the baby, but also to the gods, wherever they were watching. "Zeus, and all you gods who live forever, hear my prayer. Grant that this boy, my son, may grow to be as I am, or greater. Let him rule Troy with strength and wisdom. Let men say, 'He is better than his father ever was.'" Andromache made a small sound, something between a laugh and a sob. Hector looked at her and saw that she understood. He was praying for something he knew he would never see. He was asking the gods to let his son have the life that he himself would not. He held Astyanax for a long moment more, memorizing the weight of him, the warmth. Then he handed the baby back to Andromache. "I have to go," he said. "I know." Her voice was steady now, though tears ran down her face. "I have always known." Hector picked up his helmet and settled it back on his head. The horsehair plume swayed. He looked at his wife and son, trying to burn the image into his memory. "If I do not," he began, then stopped. "Just know that I love you both, more than anything. Do not say goodbye," Andromache said. "Do not make this a farewell. Just go. Fight your battle and come home." He reached out and touched her face once, gently. Then he turned and walked away, down the steps from the wall, toward where his chariot waited. The next morning he found Paris waiting near the gates, armored and ready. His brother looked uncomfortable, shifting from foot to foot like a boy awaiting punishment. "I am ready," Paris said. Hector looked at him for a moment, then nodded. "Good. Stay close to me. Fight like you actually care about the men dying around you." They passed through the Scaean gates together, and the Trojan soldiers who saw them let out a cheer, Priam's sons, both of them, marching out to battle. It lifted the spirits of men who had spent the previous day being slaughtered by Diomedes and watching their comrades being dragged away for burial. When the combat began, Hector and Paris fought side by side. Whatever else could be said about Paris, he was skilled with a bow. He stayed behind Hector's shield, loosing arrow after arrow into the Greek ranks. His shots were precise, finding gaps in armor, striking throats and eyes. Men fell with his arrows in them, and for once Paris was pulling his weight. Hector fought next to him like a man possessed, the memory of Andromache's tears driving him forward. The Greeks fell back step by step, dying as they went. Another day of slaughter. Another day of the war that would consume them all. But for now, for this moment, Hector was alive. He was fighting, and somewhere behind the walls of Troy, his wife held their son and prayed to gods who had long since stopped listening. Part 12. The Trojan Assault. That evening, as the sun set over the bloodied battlefield, Priam called a council in Troy's great hall. The day's victory had lifted spirits throughout the city, but now the question was what to do next. The Trojan commanders gathered around the long table, torches casting shadows across their faces. Hector stood at his father's right hand, still in his battle armor, while Paris sat further down, quieter than usual after a full day of hard fighting. Priam spoke first, his old voice steady. "We have pushed them back to their ships. We have shown them that Troy still has strength. Now we must decide our next move." Polydamas rose to speak. He was Hector's age, born on the same night, and had fought beside him since they were boys. However, where Hector was bold and courageous, Polydamas was cautious, trusting in careful strategy over reckless action. "My king, noble Hector, captains of Troy," he began, choosing his words carefully, "today we won a great victory. The Greeks are wounded and pressed back against their ships. Their morale has been broken." A great cheer went up around the table, with Polydamas waiting until they had quietened until he continued. "I would caution, however, that we should not mistake today's success for tomorrow's certainty." He looked around the table, making sure he had their attention. "I propose we do not press the attack. Let us withdraw behind our walls tonight. Let the Greeks sit out there, cold and afraid, wondering when we will strike next. Let them lose hope slowly. Let dissent grow in their ranks. Eventually they will sail home on their own, and we will have won without risking everything on one final assault." Murmurs of consideration ran around the table. It was sensible advice, the kind that saved lives and won wars through patience rather than bloodshed. But Hector was already shaking his head. It was the same advice his wife had given him yesterday, and if her words had not persuaded him, no words would. "No." His voice cut through the murmurs, silencing them. "We will not hide behind our walls now, not when victory is within reach. The Greeks are broken. One more push and we can burn those ships and end this war forever." Polydamas tried again. "Hector, please listen. Achilles still lives. He has not fought in days, but he remains dangerous. If we press too hard, we cannot be certain." "I am certain of this." Hector stood, his presence commanding the room. "I am certain that tomorrow we will drive the Greeks into the sea. I am certain that my name will be remembered forever as the man who saved Troy, who defeated the greatest army Greece has ever assembled. And I am certain that if we retreat now, if we show weakness when we have them beaten, we will lose everything we have gained." His passion filled the hall, and the other commanders began nodding. This was the Hector they followed, the warrior who had held Troy's walls for 9 years. Priam, watching his eldest son, said nothing. He had learned long ago that once Hector set his mind on something, no words would turn him aside. The old king simply nodded his consent, and the council was dismissed. As the commanders filed out, Polydamas lingered for a moment, catching Hector's arm. "Brother, I beg you, think about what you are risking." Hector pulled away gently. "I am thinking of it. I am thinking that my wife and son deserve to live in a city that is free, not one that cowers behind walls forever. Go home, Polydamas, and rest. Tomorrow we win." Polydamas left, but his words lingered in Hector's mind. In his heart he knew his friend was right to be cautious, but he also knew that caution would not save Troy. He touched the sword at his side. Tomorrow he would prove that Troy's champion was greater than all of Greece's warriors combined. Tomorrow he would burn their ships and send them home in disgrace. Dawn broke cold and grey over the plains of Troy. The Greek sentries, who had spent a sleepless night watching the Trojan campfires burning on the field they had held just days before, saw the enemy forming up in the pale light. But this was different from previous mornings. This was not the usual battle lines, the careful positioning of troops. This was the entire Trojan army, every man who could hold a spear assembled for one overwhelming assault. They came forward like a wave. They did not stop to exchange insults or wait for the Greeks to form proper lines. They simply charged, thousands of men crashing into the fortifications around the Greek ships. The Greeks fought desperately to hold their wall. Ajax, son of Telamon, tried to hold the centre. The largest man in the Greek army, standing half a head taller than any other warrior, he defended the main gate like a living wall, his great shield turning aside the dozens of stones and spears that were launched at him. Diomedes fought on the left flank, while Odysseus was on the right, yet even with their combined might, without the strength of Achilles, the Greek lines began to crack under the Trojan assault. Sensing the Greeks' desperation, Hector ran towards the centre. Lifting one of the massive stones that littered the beach, he hurled it at the main gate with all his strength. The gate exploded inward, wood splintered, the crossbar shattered. Greek defenders were thrown backwards by the impact, and through the broken gate, Hector came, his sword red with blood. "To the ships!" he roared. "Burn them all!" The Trojans poured through the gap behind their champion. Before them, Greek warriors were slaughtered by the hundred, with the survivors retreating back to where the ships lay vulnerable. From Achilles' tent at the far end of the camp, Patroclus watched it all. He stood at the entrance, his hands clenched into fists, watching his friends die. He saw Odysseus limping from a wound. He saw Diomedes still fighting despite bleeding from a dozen cuts. Everywhere he looked, there were Greek warriors he had known for 9 years falling with Trojan spears in their backs. Behind him, inside the tent, Achilles sat at his table, quietly humming as he polished the breastplate of his armour. He had not looked up once. "They are dying," Patroclus said quietly. "The men who fought with us at a dozen battles. They are being slaughtered." "They made their choice," Achilles said without looking up. "They sided with Agamemnon." "They are our friends," Patroclus said. "Men who have fought beside us for 9 years." Achilles finally glanced up, and there was no warmth in his face. "Agamemnon humiliated me before the entire army. He took what was mine as if I was some common foot soldier, and not one of them spoke in my defence. Not Odysseus with all his cleverness, not Ajax with all his honour. They simply watched. So now they can fight their war without me. Let them learn what it costs to lose Achilles." Patroclus looked back towards the fighting. Hector's distinctive plume was visible even from this distance, towering above the melee as he carved through the Greek lines. The Trojan champion seemed unstoppable. "They will burn the ships," Patroclus said quietly. "If Hector sets one aflame, the whole fleet will catch. We will be trapped here with no way home. Then perhaps Agamemnon will finally understand the value of his greatest warrior." Achilles set down his polishing cloth and stood, though he made no move towards his weapons. "Perhaps he will come crawling to this tent and beg for my help, and perhaps I will refuse him again." Patroclus said nothing more. There was nothing left to say. He had known Achilles since they were boys and had followed him to this war without question, but in moments like this he barely recognized the man his friend had become. Back on the battlefield, Hector had reached the first of the ships, seizing a torch from one of his men. The wood was soaked in pitch, burning hot and bright, and he held it high above his head. "Burn them!" he roared. "Burn the ships! End this war!" He hurled the torch onto the deck of the nearest vessel. The dry wood caught immediately, flames racing up the mast, spreading across the deck. Black smoke began to rise into the morning sky. Agamemnon stood near his own vessel, surrounded by his personal guard, and watched his army disintegrate. "Prepare my ship," he said quietly to his captain. "We may need to launch." "My lord?" The captain looked shocked. "We cannot abandon—" "Prepare the ship!" Agamemnon repeated, his voice now angry. "If the Trojans cannot be stopped, we will have no choice." Word of the king's command spread through the Greek ranks within minutes. Agamemnon, the great king of Mycenae and commander of the Greek forces, was preparing to flee. The knowledge shattered what little morale remained. Odysseus heard the whispers and felt a cold rage wash over him. He forced his way through the fighting to where Agamemnon stood, his voice raised in anger. "You cannot do this," he said, not bothering to hide his contempt. "If you launch that ship, every man here will panic. The army will break completely." "The army is already broken," Agamemnon said tiredly. "Look around you, Odysseus. We have lost. Without Achilles, we cannot win." "Then swallow your cursed pride and beg him to fight." Agamemnon's face hardened. "I have already humiliated myself enough for that man." Odysseus grabbed the king's arm. "Send an embassy. Offer him anything, everything. Give him back the girl. Give him gold, bronze, horses, slaves. Give him your own daughter in marriage if you must. But get him back on this battlefield, or we are all dead." For a long moment Agamemnon said nothing. Around them men were dying. More ships were starting to burn, the smoke rising in thick columns. The Trojans were pushing deeper into the Greek camp, and there was nothing to stop them. Finally, Agamemnon nodded. "Very well," he said, his voice bitter. "Go now before I change my mind." Odysseus left immediately, taking with him both Ajax and Phoenix, Achilles' old tutor, one of the few men that Odysseus hoped could still reason with him. The three men made their way through the chaos of the camp towards Achilles' tent, carrying with them the last hope of the Greek army. They found Achilles inside, playing a lyre. The music was soft and peaceful, completely at odds with the sounds of slaughter outside. Patroclus sat nearby, his face drawn and pale. Achilles looked up as they entered. "Odysseus, Ajax, Phoenix, come to beg me to save you?" "Yes," Odysseus said simply. There was no point in pretending otherwise. "We have come to beg." Achilles set down his lyre. "Then beg." Phoenix spoke first, the old tutor appealing to the boy he had raised, reminding Achilles of the values he had been taught. Ajax followed, blunt and direct. speaking of the men dying on the beach, warriors who had fought beside Achilles for 9 years. Finally, Odysseus laid out Agamemnon's offer: the treasure, the women, the cities, the marriage alliance, wealth beyond measure, more than any man had ever been offered. Achilles listened to all three in silence, his fingers occasionally plucking a string on his lyre. When they finished, he stood, and there was something terrible in his calm. "Not if he gave me gifts as numerous as the grains of sand on the shore or the dust on the earth," Achilles said. "Not if he offered me 10 times what he has, 20 times. I will not fight for Agamemnon, not now, not ever." He walked to the entrance of his tent and looked out at the burning ships. "My mother told me I have 2 fates before me. If I stay here and fight at Troy, I will win glory that lasts forever, but I will die young. Or I can sail home to Phthia, and I will live a long, comfortable life, but my name will be forgotten. For 9 years I chose glory. I fought and bled for Agamemnon's war. And what did it earn me? Dishonor and humiliation." He turned back to face them. "So I choose life. Tomorrow I will launch my ships and sail home. I will live long in my father's halls, and I will forget that Troy ever existed. Let Agamemnon save his own army." "You cannot truly believe this," Phoenix whispered, his voice breaking. "Go," Achilles said. "Tell Agamemnon that his gifts mean nothing. Tell the army that Achilles will not save them." Odysseus studied Achilles and saw no room for negotiation. The mission had failed. He nodded slowly and turned to leave, Ajax and Phoenix following. The 3 men walked back through the camp in silence. When they reached Agamemnon's tent, the king looked up with desperate hope in his face. "Well?" Agamemnon asked. Odysseus shook his head. "He refuses. He says he will sail home tomorrow." The king sat down heavily. Around them his commanders stood in silence, understanding what this meant. Without Achilles, they would lose. The Trojans would burn their ships, and the greatest army Greece had ever assembled would die on foreign soil, their bones left to bleach in the sun. Ajax broke the silence, his voice bitter. "Then we die tomorrow. We die because 2 kings could not put aside their pride for the sake of their men." No one contradicted him. Outside, another ship caught fire, the flames climbing into the night sky, painting the beach in shades of orange and red. The end was coming, and there was nothing any of them could do to stop it. Part 13. Patroclus. Patroclus did not sleep that night. He stood outside Achilles' tent, watching the fires burn, listening to the screams of wounded men being carried back from the fighting. The embassy had failed. Achilles would not return. Although the Trojans had pulled back for the night, they would return tomorrow and finish what they had started. The Greek army would be destroyed. When morning came, he found Achilles inside the tent, preparing his breakfast as if this were an ordinary morning. The sounds of renewed fighting were already rising from the beach. "Achilles," Patroclus said. His voice was rough, strained from a night without sleep. "Please, I am begging you, come back to the fight." Achilles continued eating, breaking a fresh loaf of bread in half. We discussed this last night. My answer has not changed. Then let me go, Patroclus said, his words coming in a rush. Let me wear your armour. Let me lead the Myrmidons. If the Trojans see your armour, they will believe you have returned. It might be enough to save the ships. Achilles set down the bread and met Patroclus's gaze. No, the Myrmidons are fresh, Patroclus continued. They have not fought in weeks. They are ready. And if something happens to you? Achilles' voice was edged with the first hint of emotion. If you're killed out there while pretending to be me. Patroclus stepped closer. I would do anything to stop watching our friends die. You taught me to fight. You made me a warrior. Now let me use what you taught me. For a long moment Achilles said nothing. Outside the sounds of battle grew louder. Men were dying whilst they stood here talking. Finally, Achilles nodded. Very well. Take my armour and lead the Myrmidons. Drive the Trojans from the ships. Relief flooded through Patroclus, but before he could speak, Achilles grabbed his arm, his grip tight. Listen to me carefully, Achilles said, his face grave. You drive them from the ships, and then you come back. Do you understand? You do not pursue them across the plain. You do not chase them to Troy's walls. You save the ships and return immediately. The moment the Trojans retreat, you stop. But if we have them running, Patroclus began. No, Achilles interrupted, his voice firm. You are not me, Patroclus. You're brave and skilled, but you're not invulnerable. The gods favour the Trojans. If you push too far, they will kill you. Promise me you will come back. Patroclus met his friend's eyes and saw genuine fear there. It was perhaps the first real emotion Achilles had shown since Briseis was taken. I promise, Patroclus said quietly. I will come back. Achilles held his gaze for a long moment, then turned and began gathering his armour from where it hung in the tent. He helped Patroclus put it on, piece by piece, his hands gentle as he fastened the straps. When it was done, Patroclus looked like Achilles, the same height and build, in the same armour that was famed across the battlefield. When he stepped out of the tent, fully armed, he found the Myrmidons waiting. 50 ships' worth of warriors, all of them fresh and eager to get back to the fight. When they saw their commander emerge in Achilles' armour, a roar went up. Achilles! They cried. Achilles returns! Patroclus did not correct them. He raised his spear and shouted, Myrmidons, to battle! For Greece! For glory! They answered with a roar that shook the air, charging with Patroclus towards the sounds of battle. Hector had been about to throw another torch onto a Greek vessel when he heard the war cry. He turned and saw what every Trojan feared most, Achilles' unmistakable armour, and behind it the Myrmidons in full battle formation. Achilles! Someone screamed. Achilles has returned! Panic rippled through the Trojan ranks, with many already beginning to flee. The Myrmidons crashed into those that remained like an avalanche, tearing through the terrified front line in seconds. Patroclus fought with everything he had. He'd spent years watching Achilles fight, and now he used every lesson, cutting down Trojan after Trojan and driving them back from the ships. Hector tried to steady his warriors, shouting that it could not possibly be Achilles, that the great warrior would never fight for Agamemnon again. But fear had taken hold, and his men were no longer listening. They saw the armour and ran. The Greeks pressed after them, reclaiming the ground they had lost and extinguishing the fires on their vessels. The ships were saved. This was the moment Patroclus should have stopped. This was the moment he should have remembered Achilles' warning and turned back. He did not. Caught up in the intoxication of victory, Patroclus threw caution to the wind. He had spent so long watching from the sidelines, and now, finally, he was making a difference. "Forward!" he shouted to the Myrmidons. "Drive them back to their walls! Do not let them regroup!" Among those fleeing was Sarpedon, king of Lycia and a son of Zeus himself. He was one of Troy's most important allies, a warrior whose skill was matched only by Hector's. Seeing his men running in panic, Sarpedon knew someone had to make a stand or the entire army would be destroyed. Turning around, he charged back towards Patroclus, calling to his Lycian warriors to follow him. "Achilles!" Sarpedon called out. "Face me! Let's see if you're as dangerous as they say." Patroclus didn't hesitate. He charged forward, driving his spear at the son of Zeus. Sarpedon's shield caught the thrust just in time, barely deflecting what would have been a fatal blow. Sarpedon went to draw his sword, but he had given Patroclus an opening. Before the Lycian king could steady himself, Patroclus drove forward with his spear again, putting all his weight behind the thrust. The bronze point caught Sarpedon just below his ribs, driving up into his chest. Sarpedon gasped, blood flooding his mouth, and fell to the ground, his life extinguished. Patroclus stood over Sarpedon's corpse and felt pride surge through him. He had killed a king, a son of Zeus. The Greeks were cheering his name. He was a hero. Somewhere in the back of his mind he remembered Achilles' warning that he should not push too far or risk disaster, but just like before, he was swept up in his own victory, feeling as invincible as the warrior whose armor he wore. He led the Myrmidons forward, toward Troy's gates. He was going to breach the walls and be remembered as the one who ended this cursed conflict that had dragged on for 9 years. Then Apollo appeared before him. The god materialized out of thin air, blocking the path to the city. His form blazed with divine light, too bright to look at directly. His voice boomed across the battlefield. "Go back, Patroclus, son of Menetius. Troy is not fated to fall to you. Turn back now whilst you still can." But Patroclus was beyond hearing. The battle fury had consumed him completely. He charged forward, his spear aimed at the god's chest. Apollo simply stepped aside and let him stumble past. "This is your final warning. Leave now or face the consequences." Patroclus turned and charged again, convinced that not even a god could stand in his way. Apollo's hand shot out and struck him in the chest. The blow didn't feel like much at first, just a push, nothing more. But suddenly Patroclus couldn't breathe. His vision swam, his legs buckled beneath him. He fell to his knees, gasping, and realized that something was very wrong. His helmet fell from his head, his shield slipped from his fingers, the straps of his breastplate loosened, and the armor fell away piece by piece, clattering to the ground. He was exposed and defenseless, kneeling in the middle of the battlefield. Euphorbus, a young Trojan warrior, saw his opportunity. He drove his spear into Patroclus's back, between the shoulder blades. Patroclus cried out and fell forward onto his hands. Blood poured from the wound. He tried to stand, but his body would not obey him. Then Hector stepped forward. Troy's greatest warrior had seen Achilles' armor fall, leaving the man inside exposed and wounded. He had watched Euphorbus strike, and now he moved in to finish what the younger warrior had started. He drove his spear through Patroclus's stomach. The point went deep, tearing through organs, and Patroclus felt his life beginning to drain away. He fell onto his side, gasping, his hands clutching uselessly at the spear shaft. Hector stood over him, breathing hard, and pulled off his own helmet, ready to gloat about killing Greece's greatest warrior. But when he looked down at the dying man's face, the horrible truth was suddenly revealed. It was not Achilles, the invincible warrior who had terrorized Troy for 9 years. It was just a man. Around him, Trojans were cheering, celebrating what they thought was the greatest kill of the war. Hector felt their eyes on him, waiting for him to claim his victory. He planted his foot on Patroclus's chest and raised his voice so all could hear. "You thought you could sack our city? You thought wearing Achilles' armor made you Achilles?" He pulled his spear free. "You were wrong. Troy still stands, and you die here in the dust like any other Greek fool who thought he could breach our walls." The Trojans roared their approval, but Hector's eyes stayed on the dying man's face. Patroclus looked up at him, blood frothing at his lips. "You have no idea what you have just done." Hector leaned closer despite himself. "Who are you?" he asked. "Patroclus." Each word was an effort. "You think you have won something here, but you've just released something you cannot stop. He will come for you now, and there's nothing you or your walls can do to stop him." Patroclus felt the last of his strength leave him. His eyes glazed over, his head dropped forward, and he was still. Hector bent down and began stripping the armor from Patroclus's body. Achilles' divine armor, feared across the known world, now belonged to Troy's champion. But even as he removed the breastplate, he heard the shout go up from the Greek lines. They had seen their champion fall, and now they were coming, charging forward in a desperate attempt to reclaim the body before the Trojans could drag him away and desecrate the corpse. Menelaus reached the body first. The king of Sparta threw himself over Patroclus like a lion protecting its kill. His spear lashed out, catching a Trojan warrior in the throat, and he roared a challenge to any who would try to take the body. Ajax arrived moments later, his massive frame becoming a wall between the Trojans and their prize. More Greeks poured in behind them, forming a protective circle round Patroclus's corpse. For hours the battle raged around the body, with the news of Patroclus's death soon making its way back to the Greek camp. Antilochus, one of the younger Greek warriors who had fought beside Patroclus that day, ran to Achilles' tent, his face streaked with tears and blood. He found Achilles sitting outside, staring towards the battlefield. "Achilles," Antilochus said, his voice breaking, "I bring terrible news." Achilles looked at him, and knew immediately that something was wrong. "Patroclus," Antilochus forced the words out. "He is dead. Hector killed him. The Trojans have taken your armor." For a moment, Achilles did not move. He simply stared at Antilochus, as if the words made no sense, as if they were in some foreign language he could not understand. Then he threw his head back and howled. Part 14. A Grief Beyond Measure. The sound that tore from Achilles' throat was barely human. He collapsed to his knees, his hands clutching at the ground, digging his fingers into the earth until they bled. He began to tear at his own clothing. His tunic came away in shreds. He grabbed handfuls of ash from a nearby fire pit and poured it over his head, covering himself until he looked like a corpse himself. The Greeks who had gathered nearby began to back away. This was not the grief of a normal man. This was something more, something terrifying. His screams carried across the battlefield, all the way to the sea, where they sank down to the depths below. In the silver caves, where the Nereids made their home, Thetis heard her son's cry. She rose and shot upward through the water, her silver feet barely touching the currents as she flew towards the surface. She found him in the darkness outside his tent, covered in ash and blood and dirt, his beautiful face transformed into something haggard and wild. When he looked up and saw her, fresh tears cut tracks through the ash on his cheeks. "Mother," he said, his voice broken, "he is gone. Patroclus is gone." Thetis knelt beside him and pulled him into her arms, the way she had when he was small. He collapsed against her, this warrior who had killed hundreds, and wept like a child. "I know," she murmured, stroking his hair. "I know, my son. I heard you. I came as fast as I could." Achilles pulled back to look at her, and what she saw in his face frightened her. The grief was still there, but something else had joined it, a cold, terrible rage that made him barely recognizable. "I am going to kill Hector," he said. "I will make him suffer as I am suffering now. I will make him pay for what he has done." "My son," Thetis interrupted. She took his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. "Listen to me carefully. If you kill Hector, your own death follows soon after. That is what the prophecy decrees." Achilles met her gaze without flinching. "Then I will die. But Hector dies first. I will not live whilst my friend's killer walks the earth." Thetis looked at her son and saw that there would be no changing his mind. He had one purpose now, and nothing she could say would sway him from it. "Then you will need armor," she said quietly. "The Trojans have yours. I will go to Hephaestus and ask him to forge you new armor greater than any mortal has ever worn. You will have 1 day to prepare. Do not try to fight before I return, or you will die pointlessly." "1 day," Achilles agreed. "But first, Hector must answer for what he has done." Thetis left, rising into the night sky. She flew toward Olympus, ascending through the clouds until she reached the mountain's peak where the gods made their homes. The sound of hammer on anvil led her to Hephaestus's forge, where she found the divine blacksmith at his work, flames reflecting off his sweat-covered face. He looked up as she entered. "Thetis," he said, limping towards her, "what brings you to my forge?" "My son needs armor," she said, "the greatest armor you have ever made. He goes to face Hector tomorrow, and I would have him protected when he enters battle." Hephaestus met her gaze and saw the weight of what she was asking. He understood. He owed Thetis more than he could ever repay. Long ago, when his mother Hera had thrown him from Olympus in disgust at his twisted leg, Thetis had been the one to find him, broken on the rocks below. She had taken him in, cared for him, given him shelter when no other god would. That kindness had never been forgotten. "For you, Thetis, I will make armor that will be sung about until the end of time. I will forge it this very night, and by dawn your son will be armed like a god." He set to work immediately. The divine forge roared to life, flames hotter than any earthly fire. Hephaestus took the bronze and tin and gold and silver, precious metals that sang as they melted in his crucible. His hammer rang against his anvil, shaping the molten metal with skill no mortal smith could match. He made a breastplate that would turn aside any spear, greaves that would protect Achilles' legs, and a helmet with a crest of gold that would strike terror into anyone who saw it. But the greatest work was the shield. It was massive, 5 layers thick, being decorated with scenes of such intricacy and beauty that the entire world seemed captured upon its surface. On it he crafted the earth, the sky and the sea. He made the sun and moon, along with hundreds of stars. He depicted 2 cities, one at peace, with weddings and festivals and courts of law, and one at war, besieged and burning. He showed farmers ploughing fields, shepherds tending flocks, dancers celebrating a harvest. He crafted the entire world onto that shield, life and death, peace and war, all of human existence captured in bronze and gold, pouring all his skill into this final piece. When the armour was finally complete, Hephaestus laid it out for Thetis to see. He had forged countless weapons for gods and heroes across the generations, but nothing came close to what he produced that night. It was, and forever would be, his finest work. Back in the Greek camp, Achilles had spent hours staring out over the battlefield. His friends were dying out there, fighting to recover Patroclus's body. Although it pained him to do so, he kept his promise to his mother and stayed put until her return. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, shimmering in the air. It was Iris, goddess of rainbows and messenger of the gods. She had been sent by Hera, who could not bear to watch the Greeks lose Patroclus's body to the Trojans. "Achilles," Iris said, her voice urgent, "the Trojans are on the verge of taking Patroclus's body back to their city. Ajax and Menelaus fight to hold them off, but they cannot last much longer. You must act." "My mother forbade me to fight without armour," Achilles said, his voice hoarse. "She said I would die pointlessly." "Then do not fight," Iris replied. "Go to the trench and show yourself to the Trojans. Let them see that you have returned. Your presence alone may be enough to turn them back, but go now before it is too late." She vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Achilles strode out towards the edge of the Greek camp, where a great trench had been dug as a defence. Men parted before him, seeing the terrible purpose in his face. He was unarmed, unarmoured, covered in ash and earth, but every man on the battlefield recognized him. The fighting slowed as men turned to stare at the figure standing by the wall. Athena, who had been watching from Olympus, flew down to join him, gifting some of her divine power. Around his head she kindled a golden flame, so bright that it reached up to the heavens. When he opened his mouth to shout, she magnified his voice 100-fold, with it booming across the plain like the war cry of a god. The sound was so loud that men dropped their weapons to cover their ears. Horses reared and bolted. The very air seemed to shake with the force of it. He shouted again and again, each cry like a physical blow to everyone who heard it. 3 times he screamed his rage and grief across the battlefield, and 3 times the Trojans felt terror slam into them. They fled in panic, abandoning the fight over Patroclus's body, trampling each other in their desperation to reach the safety of Troy's walls. Some threw down their shields to run faster. Others were crushed in the stampede as thousands of men tried to force themselves through the Scaean gates at once. As the Trojans fled, Menelaus and Ajax finally had their chance. They lifted Patroclus's body between them, the corpse heavy and stiff, and began carrying it back towards the Greek lines. When they reached the camp, Achilles knelt beside the body and looked down at his friend's face, tears streaming down his cheeks. He gathered Patroclus's body into his arms, pulling the corpse against his chest, and began to rock back and forth, weeping openly for his lost companion. The funeral was held that evening. They built a great pyre on the beach, then prepared Patroclus's body, cleaning away the blood and dirt and dressing him in fine robes. When the pyre was ready, they laid Patroclus on top. Achilles cut off a lock of his hair and placed it in Patroclus's hand, with other warriors coming forward with their own offerings. But Achilles wasn't finished. He had his men bring forward 12 Trojan prisoners, young men captured in raids over the years. They were bound and terrified, not understanding what was happening until it was too late. "For Patroclus," Achilles said simply. Then he cut their throats himself, one after another, letting their blood spill over the pyre. The Greeks watched uneasily. This was barbaric, even by the standards of war, but no one dared to stop him. No one dared to even speak. Finally, when everything was ready, Achilles lit the pyre himself. The flames caught quickly, with black smoke rising into the morning sky, carrying Patroclus's spirit to the world beyond. Achilles stood watching until the fire burned down to embers. He didn't eat, didn't drink or sleep. He simply stood there, keeping vigil, until there was nothing left but ash. As the sun began to rise, Thetis returned. She came up from the beach, carrying the armor Hephaestus had forged, and when the Greeks saw it, they gasped. Even in the dim morning light, it shone so bright that every intricate scene was visible from across the camp. Achilles turned from the cooling pyre and saw his mother approaching. She laid the armor at his feet without a word. He knelt and began to examine it. The breastplate fit him perfectly, as if it had been moulded to his exact form. The greaves were lighter and stronger than any he had ever seen. And then there was the shield. Achilles studied the scenes Hephaestus had crafted. The peaceful city and the city at war, the fields and the dancing floor, the whole world in miniature, everything he was about to abandon in his pursuit of vengeance. "It is yours," Thetis said quietly. "Use it well, and remember that once you kill Hector, your time is short." Part 15. The Return of Achilles. As morning came, the Trojan sentries manning the great walls began to notice movement from the Greek camp. A few warriors emerged at first, then more, and then a great flood pouring out through the broken gates. The mass was so vast the sentries could scarcely believe what they were seeing. The entire Greek army had taken the field, thousands upon thousands of men forming up in perfect ranks, the fierce Myrmidons at their head. And leading them was what looked like a god, a man dressed in armor that blazed with divine power, too bright to look at for more than a few moments. The sentries knew immediately who it was. Achilles had returned. Alarm bells began ringing across Troy. Citizens who had been preparing their morning meals dropped what they were doing and rushed to the walls. Warriors grabbed their weapons and armor, running for their positions. Hector was already armored, and had been since before dawn. He had not slept, knowing this day would come. He led his men outside the city, the Trojan army forming up outside their walls to meet the Greeks. Hector knew that letting the enemy reach the gates unopposed would be a disaster. Better to fight them in the open air, where Troy's cavalry could maneuver and their archers could find targets. Within minutes, the armies met on the plain with the usual crash of shields and screaming men. But this battle was different from all the others that had come before. Achilles, armed by a god and fueled by his rage, tore through the enemy lines with a speed and fury that seemed inhuman. His spear found throats before men could raise their shields. His sword opened bodies from neck to groin. Men fell before him in dozens and then hundreds. Warriors charged at him, only to be killed within seconds. Then more came, then more still. Achilles killed them all, his divine armor turning aside every blow. Men who had fought bravely throughout the war took one look at Achilles and ran. They fled toward the river Scamander, desperate to put water between themselves and the unstoppable force pursuing them. Instead, the river became their grave. The Scamander was running high from spring rains, its current strong enough to knock men off their feet. The fleeing Trojans splashed into the water, their movements slowing as they struggled to wade across. Achilles came after them without hesitation. The water rose to his waist, but he strode through the powerful current as if it were nothing. Young Trojans begged for mercy, offering ransom, pleading that their families would pay any price. But when Achilles looked down at them, all he saw was Patroclus lying dead in the dust. Grief had drowned every thought of mercy or honour. He dragged men under the water and held them there until they stopped struggling. Blood turned the Scamander red, bodies piled up against the rocks, creating dams of flesh and armour that forced the current around them. The river itself began to choke on the dead, struggling to carry away the corpses faster than Achilles could create them. After several minutes of the slaughter, the river decided it had endured enough. The water began to rise, not gradually, but suddenly, surging upward in a wave that should not have been possible. The current, which had been flowing steadily toward the sea, reversed itself and came roaring back upstream. A voice boomed from the water, ancient and terrible. "Enough! You fill my streams with corpses. You choke my flow with the bodies of the dead. I am Scamander, and I will not be made to suffer for your revenge." "I will stop when Hector is dead," Achilles shouted back. "Not before!" The river god's anger erupted. The water rose higher, becoming a wall that towered over Achilles. He looked up at it and raised his shield, but even armour forged by a god was no use against a river. The wave crashed down on him with the force of a collapsing mountain. Water filled his mouth and nose. The current grabbed him and pulled him under, leaving him spinning without any sense of direction. He tried to find purchase on the riverbed, but the stones were slick, and he slipped with every attempt to stand. Achilles, the greatest warrior to have ever lived, was being drowned by an angry river, the weight of his divine armour dragging him down. On Olympus, Hera saw what was happening and called out in distress. "Hephaestus, the river god attacks Achilles. Will you let the armour you forged sink into the mud?" Hephaestus did not need to be asked twice. He descended to the battlefield in a column of flame and heat. Landing next to the river, he raised his hands. Flames poured from his palms, divine fire that burned hotter than any earthly forge. The river Scamander began to boil. Fish died in the sudden heat. The reeds on the banks burst into flame. The river god screamed as his waters evaporated, his power diminishing with every gallon that turned to mist. "Stop!" Scamander cried. "Hera, call off your smith! I yield! Hephaestus's flames died down, and the river god retreated into what remained of his waters, crying out in pain. The water level dropped. The current weakened. Achilles burst from the water, gasping, and staggered onto the bank. His armour was blackened from the heat, steam rising from its surface. But he was alive. He looked at Hephaestus, gave a single nod of acknowledgement, and then continued his advance toward Troy. But the battle between god and river had not gone unnoticed on Olympus. With Hephaestus having intervened so directly, the other mortals could no longer hold back. They descended to the battlefield, Greeks and Trojans forgotten as the gods themselves began to fight. Apollo faced off against Poseidon. Hera and Artemis exchanged blows. Ares, still angry from his earlier humiliation, spotted Achilles cutting through the Trojan ranks and saw his chance for redemption. "Enough!" Ares bellowed, charging across the battlefield. "I will end this mortal myself!" But Athena was faster. She materialized between Ares and Achilles, blocking his path with her shield. "You dare threaten my champion?" she said. "You who fled crying to father after a mortal wounded you?" "Get out of my way, sister," Ares growled. "Make me brother." Athena replied. "Let us see how that ends for you." Ares lunged at her with his spear. Athena sidestepped easily and struck him across the face with the haft of her own weapon. The blow sent the war god sprawling into the dirt, his armor clattering against the stones. "Pathetic," Athena said, standing over him. "Even Aphrodite fights better than you." As if summoned by her name, Aphrodite appeared, rushing to her lover's aid. Without even turning, Athena swatted her aside with her shield, sending the goddess of love tumbling through the air to land beside Ares in the dust. The two lay there, humiliated, while Athena towered above them. "Stay down," she said, "or the next blow will not be so gentle." On Olympus, Zeus watched and laughed, his children brawling like mortal warriors over a mortal war. It amused him, though he knew it could not continue. If the gods truly went to war with each other, the world itself might not survive. "Enough!" he cried. The word carried such power that fighting stopped across the entire battlefield. Mortals and immortals alike looked up. "I commanded you to stay out of this war. Yet here you are, brawling in the dirt like children. Return to Olympus immediately before I make you regret your disobedience." No god dared speak. Zeus's anger was a terrible thing. They withdrew, reluctantly but obediently, ascending back to the halls of Olympus. The war between mortals would continue, but the gods would interfere no more, at least not openly. But the damage was done. The Trojans had seen gods fight and flee. They had seen their river god defeated. It seemed as if nothing, not water nor divine intervention, could stop Achilles. The Trojan army broke completely. They ran for the city gates, streaming back towards Troy's walls in a panicked mob. Achilles pursued them, killing any who fell behind, his armor dripping blood and river water. The Trojans poured through the sky and gates, pushing and trampling each other in their desperation to reach safety. The gates began to swing closed behind them, but one man remained outside the walls. One man who turned to face the approaching storm when all others fled. Hector. He now stood alone between Achilles and the city he had sworn to defend. Part 16. The Fate of Hector. Priam stood on the battlements and watched his people flee. Mothers screamed from the walls for their sons. Old men wept as they watched the army disintegrate. Then he saw his son, still standing outside the gates, and felt his heart break. "Hector!" Priam's voice cracked as he called down. "Come inside, please, my son! Come inside before it is too late!" Hector looked up at his father, but did not move. "That man will kill you," Priam continued, his hands gripping the stone wall until his knuckles went white. "He has already taken so many of my sons. Do not let him take you too. I can bear losing more sons, but not you, not my firstborn. If you die out there, what happens to Troy?" Beside him, Hecuba clutched at the wall, tears streaming down her face. "Hector, my son," she called, her voice desperate. "I gave you life. I raised you to be the man you are. Do not throw that away for pride. Your father and I are old. We will not survive seeing you killed. Have mercy on us, if not on yourself. Come inside." Hector heard every word. Part of him wanted to obey, wanted to turn and walk back through those gates, to hold Andromache one more time, to see his son again. But he did not move. He had brought this on himself. He knew that now. When Polydamas had advised caution, suggesting that they pull back behind the walls, Hector had refused. He had chosen glory over safety, believing he could burn the Greek ships and win the war with courage alone. Hundreds were dead because of it. If he ran inside now, if he hid behind his father's walls whilst his people suffered the consequences of his decisions, what would that make him? Just another coward who sent men to die whilst he stayed safe. Just another Paris. He looked up at his parents one last time. "Forgive me," he called, "but I cannot come inside. This is my doing. I must answer for it." Priam sagged against the wall, and Hecuba began to wail. But Hector had already turned away, looking toward where Achilles was approaching across the plain. The Greek warrior came on like death itself, a god in mortal form. Hector watched him come, and felt something he had never felt before on a battlefield: absolute, paralyzing terror. He had fought Achilles once before, years ago in the early days of the war. Even then, before Patroclus' death, Achilles had been terrifying. But there had been honor in that fight, mutual respect. The thing approaching him now was no longer a warrior. It was vengeance and rage given form, and Hector knew with cold certainty that he was about to die. Hector's nerve broke. He turned and ran. It wasn't a tactical retreat. There was no strategy. It was pure primal panic. He ran along the wall of Troy, his armor clanking, his breath coming in gasps, with Achilles pursuing behind him like a hunting hound after a deer. They ran past the fig tree where Hector used to play as a boy, the watchtower where he'd stood guard as a young warrior, and then finally they passed the springs, one warm, one cold, where the women of Troy had washed clothes in peacetime, laughing and talking whilst their children played. All of it flashed by in a blur, places that held memories of a happier time, the treasured pieces of his home. Once around the walls they ran, then twice, then 3 times. On Olympus, Zeus looked down at the chase with a grave look on his face. "It grieves me to see this," he said to the other gods who had gathered to watch. "Hector has always honored me, and now he runs for his life whilst we watch." Zeus lifted his golden scales, the ones he used to weigh the fates of mortals. On one side he placed Hector's fate, on the other Achilles'. For a moment the scales balanced perfectly. Then the scale holding Hector's fate sank down towards the underworld. The scale holding Achilles' fate rose up, light as air. "It is decided," Zeus said. "Hector dies today. Apollo, you must leave him now. I forbid you to interfere further." Apollo, who had protected Hector throughout the war, looked down at his champion and felt genuine sorrow. But Zeus's word was law. The god withdrew his presence. Hector was alone. As the third circuit was coming to an end, Hector could feel his strength failing, his legs growing heavier with each step. He could not run forever. Better to choose the moment himself than collapse from exhaustion. Then a voice called out behind him, "Brother, wait!" Hector risked a glance back and saw Deiphobus, his younger brother, running to catch up. He was fully armed and ready to fight. "Deiphobus?" Hector gasped, slowing slightly. "What are you doing out here?" "I could not watch you face him alone," Deiphobus said, pulling alongside him. "Our parents begged me not to come, but you are my brother. We will fight him together." Hope flared in Hector's chest. With Deiphobus beside him, maybe he could survive this. Maybe there was a way out after all. "Thank you," Hector said, and meant it with his whole heart. He stopped running and turned to face Achilles, his brother at his side. Achilles approached and stopped a few paces away. He looked at Hector with a cold stare. "No more running?" Achilles asked. "No more running," Hector agreed. He straightened, trying to regain some dignity. "Achilles, I know you mean to kill me, but let us at least make an agreement. If I kill you, I will return your body to the Greeks with honor. Promise me you will do the same." "There will be no agreements," Achilles said. "There will be no honor. You killed Patroclus, and for that I am going to kill you, and then I will feed your corpse to the dogs. Your parents will watch from those walls as animals tear you apart." Hector felt rage kindle in his chest, burning through the fear. "Then we fight." He hefted his spear, judged the distance, and threw it with all his strength. It was a perfect cast, aimed at the center of Achilles' chest. But Achilles simply raised his shield, the spear bouncing off the divine metal harmlessly, as if Hector had thrown a child's toy. "Deiphobus!" Hector called, reaching back for another spear. "Give me your weapon!" He turned to take it from his brother's hand. No one was there. Hector spun in a circle, searching. The plain was empty behind him. Deiphobus was gone, almost as if he had never been there at all. Understanding crashed over Hector like cold water. It had been Athena, disguised as Deiphobus, drawing him into this confrontation. The gods had tricked him, had stripped away his divine protection, and led him into a trap he could not escape. "So, this is how it ends," Hector said quietly. "Betrayed by gods and men alike." He drew his sword. "I will not die running. I refuse to die begging. If I am going to die, it will be with a weapon in my hand." He charged. They fought across the plain, Hector attacking with increasing desperation as every one of his strikes was turned aside. Every time he thought he saw an opening, Achilles closed it in an instant. Achilles' spear darted out, seeking gaps in Hector's defences. Once, twice, testing, learning. The armour Hector wore, Achilles' old armour, taken from Patroclus' body, protected him from most strikes, but Achilles knew that armour. He had worn it for years and knew where it was vulnerable. At the throat, where the collarbone met, there was a gap, just a small space where the breastplate and helmet didn't quite meet. Achilles had always been careful to guard it. He feinted low. Hector's shield dropped to block. In that instant, Achilles' spear shot upward and found the gap. The point went through Hector's throat, through his windpipe, and out the back of his neck. Hector fell to his knees, both hands clutching at the spear in his throat. Blood poured between his fingers. Achilles stood over him, watching him die slowly, and felt no satisfaction. Killing Hector did not bring Patroclus back. It did not ease the grief. It changed nothing. Hector tried to speak, barely managing to force words past the blood in his mouth. "Please," he gasped, "my body. Return it to my family. My father will pay any ransom." "I do not want his gold," Achilles said. "I want you to die knowing you'll be dishonored. I want your last thought to be of how your corpse will rot in the sun while your family weeps." Tears mixed with the blood on Hector's face. "You will die soon." Hector's voice grew stronger, as if seeing some prophecy in his final moments. "Paris and Apollo, the sky and gates, you will fall there." His eyes glazed over. Hector, defender of Troy, greatest of Priam's sons, died in the dust outside his own city, whilst his family watched from the walls above. The wailing that rose from Troy's battlements was like nothing Achilles had ever heard. Priam collapsed, held up only by his attendants. Hecuba tore at her clothes and hair, screaming her son's name over and over. Andromache, who had been inside the city, heard the cries and came running to the walls. When she saw her husband's body lying in the dust, she fainted, falling into the arms of her servants. Achilles felt nothing. He bent down and began stripping the armour from Hector's corpse, his old armour that Patroclus had died in. Other Greeks came running up, and they stabbed at Hector's body, kicked it, spat on it, taking their revenge on the man who had killed so many of their friends. Then Achilles did something that made even his own allies uncomfortable. He took strips of leather and tied them around Hector's ankles. He attached the other ends to his chariot and climbed aboard. He whipped his horses into motion. The chariot jerked forward, and Hector's body began to drag behind it, bouncing and tumbling across the rocky ground. Achilles drove around the walls of Troy slowly so that everyone could see what he had done. Dust rose in a cloud behind the chariot as Hector's head dragged in the dirt. The Trojans watched in horror. This was beyond the normal brutality of war. This was desecration, a violation of everything sacred. Even the Greeks, who hated Hector, looked away, ashamed of what their champion was doing. Achilles drove back to the Greek camp, still dragging the body. He tied it behind his tent, leaving it in the dirt like a piece of discarded meat. For the next 11 days, Achilles' grief consumed him. Every morning he would harness Hector's body to his chariot and drag it 3 times around Patroclus's burial mound. Every evening he would throw the corpse back into the dust and return to his tent, where he would sit and stare at nothing, refusing to eat or sleep. The body should have been torn to pieces, but Apollo, who had loved Hector, could not bear to see him desecrated so completely. The god spread his golden aegis over the corpse, protecting it from decay and keeping the skin from tearing, despite being dragged across the dirt. Still, the desecration continued. Achilles' rage would not be satisfied. Every dawn, the chariot, every evening, the corpse thrown aside. Day after day, whilst Troy mourned and the gods watched, wondering when this madness would end. Part 17. Priam's Ransom. On Olympus, the gods watched Achilles drag Hector's corpse for the 12th day and felt their patience wearing thin. Apollo spoke first, anger clear in his voice. "How long will we allow this? Hector honored us. He made sacrifices at our altars, burned the fat of oxen in our names, and now his body is dragged through the dirt whilst we do nothing?" Hera, who had supported the Greeks throughout the war, shifted uncomfortably. Even she could not defend what Achilles was doing. "The man grieves for his friend. Perhaps we should allow him time to—" "Time?" Apollo interrupted, his anger flaring. "It has been 12 days! How much time does grief require before it becomes madness, before it becomes an offense against the natural order?" Zeus listened to the argument, his expression thoughtful. Finally he raised his hand for silence. "Apollo speaks truth. This cannot continue. Achilles has had his revenge. Hector is dead. Now the body must be returned to Troy for proper burial." He turned to Thetis, who stood at the edge of the gathering. "Go to your son. Tell him he must give up the body. This is not a request. It is a command from the king of the gods." Thetis bowed her head and descended to the Greek camp. She found Achilles sitting alone outside his tent, staring into the darkness. Hector's body lay nearby in the dust, still uncorrupted despite the abuse it had suffered. Her son looked like a ghost himself, hollow and empty. "Achilles," she said softly, sitting beside him, "the gods are angry with you." When he gave no response, she continued, "They demand you return Hector's body to his family. Zeus himself commands it." Achilles finally looked at her. "Why should I? He killed Patroclus. He stripped his armor and tried to take his body. Why should his family mourn over his body when they tried to deny me the same?" "Because you have had your revenge," Thetis replied. "Patroclus was recovered and honored with full rights, and Hector is dead." She took his hand. "Even in grief, even in rage, there are laws that govern how men should behave. My son, you have become something terrible, something even I barely recognize. Let this go. Return the body. Do not let grief and rage destroy what remains of you." For a long moment Achilles said nothing. Then he nodded, a silent acknowledgment of her words. "Priam will come tonight," Thetis continued. "He will bring ransom for his son's body. Zeus commands that you accept it. Return Hector to his father. Let Troy bury their dead, and then—" She paused. "And then prepare yourself. Your time is short now. Hector's death has sealed your fate." "I know," Achilles said. "I've known since the moment I killed him. I do not fear it." Thetis kissed his forehead. "That is what frightens me most." In Troy, Priam sat in his empty palace and made a decision that would either save his son's honor or end his own life. Hecuba found him gathering items for a journey: gold cups, fine robes, and bronze tripods, the treasures that had survived 9 years of war. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I am going to the Greek camp," Priam said calmly. "I will ransom Hector's body." "You will never make it past their sentries," she tried to reason with him. "They will kill you on sight." "Perhaps," Priam replied, "but I cannot sit here doing nothing whilst my son is dishonored. I will not let Hector's spirit wander the underworld, homeless for eternity." "Let someone else go," Hecuba replied, her voice desperate. "Send a herald." "No." Priam's voice was gentle but final. "This requires a father. Only a father can speak to what Achilles feels, can appeal to whatever humanity remains in him." He kissed her forehead for what could be the last time. Waiting until the city was asleep, Priam slipped out of the palace through a side entrance. He climbed onto a wagon and rode out of the Scaean gates, an old man, alone, driving a wagon full of treasure into enemy territory. It was madness, but he kept going. As he neared the enemy camp, a figure appeared beside the wagon, walking alongside as if he'd been there all along. A young man, handsome, wearing the simple clothes of a Greek soldier. "Lord Priam," the young man said cheerfully, "you should not be out here alone. This path is dangerous." Priam nearly jumped out of his seat. "Who are you?" "Just a soldier, but I can help you. I know where Achilles' tent is. I can guide you there safely, if you'd like." Priam studied the young man's face and saw nothing but open friendliness. "Why would you help me?" "Because I admire courage," the young man said with a smile. "And it takes courage to do what you are doing. Come, I will make sure you reach Achilles." He was Hermes, of course, sent by Zeus to ensure Priam's safety, but the god kept his disguise, playing the role of a helpful Greek soldier, guiding the old king through the maze of tents and campfires. When sentries approached, Hermes would gesture and they would turn away. When dogs began to bark, he would speak softly and they would quiet. They reached Achilles' tent without incident. Hermes helped Priam down from the wagon and began unloading the ransom. "I leave you here," Hermes said. "Go inside and speak from your heart. He will listen." "Thank you," Priam said. "I do not know who you are, but thank you." Hermes smiled, and, just for a moment, his mortal disguise slipped, and Priam saw the god beneath. Then he was gone, vanished into the night, and Priam was alone outside Achilles' tent. He took a deep breath and pushed through the entrance. Achilles sat at a table, picking at food he had no appetite for. When Priam entered, he looked up in surprise. Before Achilles could react, before he could reach for a weapon, Priam crossed the tent and fell to his knees. He took Achilles' hands in his own and brought them to his lips. He kissed the hands that had killed Hector, the hands that had killed so many of his sons. "Achilles," Priam said, his voice breaking, "remember your father." Achilles went very still. "Think of Peleus," Priam continued, still holding those murderous hands. "He is old, like me. He waits in his palace for news of you, hoping you will return home safely. Every day he wonders if you're still alive. Every day he fears the message that will tell him of your death." Tears ran down Priam's face. "I had 50 sons, 19 from my wife, the rest from other women. Most of them are dead now, many by your hand. But Hector was the best of them. He was the one who held the city together, who kept us safe, who loved his wife and child, and tried to do right by everyone." Achilles' hands began to tremble in Priam's grasp. "You killed him," Priam said. "You had every right to. He killed your friend. But please, I beg you, let me take his body home. Let me give him the funeral rites he deserves. His wife weeps for him. His son will grow up never knowing his father. His mother tears her hair in grief. And I—" His voice broke completely. "I have kissed the hands of the man who killed my child. I have degraded myself in ways no king should, but I would do worse, far worse, if it meant I could bury my boy." The tent was silent, except for Priam's quiet weeping. Then Achilles began to weep as well. All the emotion he had been holding back came pouring out. He wept for Patroclus, the friend he would never see again. He wept for his father, Peleus, knowing now that he would never return home. He even wept for Hector, a good man who had deserved a better death. They wept together in that tent, an old king and a young warrior, each destroyed by the same war for different reasons. Finally Achilles stood and gently pulled Priam to his feet. "You are right," he said, his voice hoarse. "You remind me of my father. And if I were dead, I would want someone to show him mercy." He turned to his servants. "Wash Hector's body, clean away the dirt, and dress him in fine robes. Make him look like the prince he was." Whilst they worked, Achilles led Priam to his table and had food brought. They ate together in silence, sharing bread and wine like they were guests at a feast rather than enemies in a war. "How long do you need for the funeral?" Achilles asked finally. 12 days, Priam said. 9 for mourning, 3 for the funeral rites. "Then you will have 12 days, Achilles replied. "No Greek will attack Troy in that time. You have my word." "Thank you," Priam said. "Thank you." Priam drove his wagon back to Troy as dawn was breaking. The sentries on the walls saw him coming and raised the alarm. Cassandra, who could see the future, was the first to cry out, "Father returns! He is bringing Hector home!" The gates opened and Priam drove through to find the entire city waiting. Andromache came first, running despite her servants trying to hold her back. When she saw Hector's body, she collapsed beside the wagon, pulling her husband's head into her lap as she cried out in grief. Hecuba stood beside her, aged a decade in less than 2 weeks. Helen was there too, although she stood in the shadows, guilt written on her face. They lifted Hector's body from the wagon with great care and tenderness and carried him to the palace. There they laid him out in state, and for 9 days the people of Troy came to mourn their prince. On the 10th day, they built his funeral pyre in the centre of the city. Andromache spoke first, summoning all her courage that remained. "Hector," she said, looking down at his pale face, "you were everything to me. Now you are gone, and I am nothing. Our son will grow up without you. He will never hear your voice, never learn the things a father should teach. And I told you not to fight. I begged you to stay behind the walls, to choose life over honor. But you could not. Honor was too important to you. And now honor is all I have left of you. That and memories that will never be enough." She placed her hand on his cold chest. "I will love you until I die. And when I reach the underworld, I will find you there, and we will be together again. Wait for me, my husband. Wait for me." Hecuba spoke next, her words brief but heavy with sorrow. She mourned not just Hector, but all her sons, all the young men she had raised and lost. Helen spoke last, and her words surprised everyone. She thanked Hector for never blaming her, never treating her with cruelty, even though the war was fought because of her presence. "You were kind to me when no one else was," she said quietly. "You treated me like family when I deserved only hatred. I hope you find peace in death, because you found none in life." Then they lit the pyre. The flames rose high into the sky, carrying Hector's spirit from this world to the next. The Trojans stood watching until the fire burned down to embers. They gathered his remains in a golden urn and buried him with all the honours due to a prince. Then they feasted, as custom demanded, celebrating the life of a man who had died trying to save his city. The Iliad, the great song of Achilles' rage, ends here, with Hector buried and mourned, with Achilles having found a moment of humanity before his own death. Troy was still standing, but the war was not over. The dying had not finished. The greatest city in the world would fall, and the age of heroes would end with it. Part 18. Achilles' Heel. The 12 days of truce ended, and with them any hope of peace. Hector had been honoured, the dead had been buried. Now the war would continue until one side or the other was destroyed completely. Achilles knew his own time was near. He could feel it, the way a man feels winter coming in his bones. But death no longer frightened him. He had lived longer than his mother's warnings had promised. Each morning he woke felt like borrowed time, and he meant to spend it finishing what he had started. The war resumed. The Greeks formed up on the plain, the Trojans emerged from their gates, and men began dying again. But something had changed. Hector was gone, and without him Troy's defence crumbled. Day after day Achilles drove them back, slaughtering any who dared face him. Soon Trojan morale had all but collapsed. They retreated behind their walls, and this time they did not come out. Their walls remained, but something inside them had already fallen. Achilles pressed the attack, driving the Greeks forward, pushing towards Troy's walls. He had sworn he would take the city, and he meant to keep that oath, even if it killed him. When he reached the gates themselves, the same place that he had struck down Hector, Achilles looked up to the walls and saw a row of terrified faces staring back at him. "Open these gates!" he roared. "Send out that coward Paris to face me, or I will break these gates down and kill everyone inside." The Trojans on the walls stared down at him in horror. Paris, however, was calm. For the first time in the war, perhaps in his entire life, he felt the weight of responsibility bear down on him. Hector was dead. If he could not find a way to stop Achilles, the whole city would be next. He took up his bow and nocked an arrow, taking aim at Achilles' face beneath the helmet. As he drew back the string, he heard a whisper in his ear. "Not there, Prince of Troy. Your target is far closer to the ground." An invisible hand pushed his bow downward until the arrow pointed at Achilles' heel. "Now," the voice whispered. Paris released. The arrow struck and punched through flesh and tendon. Achilles felt a sharp pain, then a strange coldness spreading up his leg. He looked down at the arrow protruding from his heel, and for a moment felt only confusion. An arrow had never harmed him before. They bounced off his skin, shattered against his impenetrable flesh. He was invulnerable, everyone knew that. But his leg buckled. He fell to one knee, then both. The coldness was spreading rapidly, climbing through his body like ice in his veins. His hands went numb, his chest felt tight, his heart was slowing. "So this is how I die," he thought, more fascinated than anything else. He had known death was coming. Hector had prophesied it. His mother had warned him, but he had never understood how death could claim him. How could an invulnerable man die? Now he knew. His mother's voice came back to him from childhood. When you were a baby, I held you by the heel and dipped you in the river Styx. The waters made you invulnerable, divine. But the heel I held, that one place the waters never touched, all your mortality remained there, concentrated. If that spot is ever pierced, it will be as if every part of you was mortal and wounded at once. By piercing his heel, the arrow had struck the only place where death could reach him, the single point where all his human vulnerability had been compressed. And now that mortality was flooding through him, claiming what the river Styx had tried to deny. He looked up at the walls and saw Paris standing there with his bow, and beside him, visible now in Achilles' final moments, stood Apollo. The god met his eyes across the distance, his expression neither triumphant nor apologetic, simply satisfied. Hector had been avenged. Achilles tried to laugh, but could not draw breath. After everything, after killing hundreds of men, after facing gods and dragging Hector's body around the city in his fury, he had been killed by Paris, the cowardly prince. His vision darkened. His body felt distant, like it belonged to someone else. He fell forward onto the ground, his limbs no longer responding to his commands. The pain was fading now, replaced by a strange, almost peaceful numbness. "Patroclus," he whispered, though whether anyone heard him he did not know. "I am coming." Achilles, son of Peleus and Thetis, the greatest warrior Greece had ever known, was dead. For a moment the battlefield fell silent. Greeks and Trojans alike stared at the fallen warrior, unable to believe what they had just seen. Achilles was gone. The man who had seemed immortal had been felled by a single arrow. Then chaos erupted. The Trojans let out a roar and poured out from the gates. They wanted Achilles' body so they could desecrate his corpse the way he had desecrated Hector's. The Greeks rushed to protect him, horrified at the thought of their greatest champion being dishonored. The fighting was savage. Men died by the dozen trying to either take or protect the corpse. It would take the combined strength of both Ajax and Odysseus to finally drag the body away through the chaos, managing to get it back to the camp as the sun began to set. The Greek army was in shock. Even the bravest among them openly wept. Achilles had been arrogant, proud beyond measure, but he had also been their champion, the man who had carried them through the darkest moments of this war. They dressed Achilles in clean robes and laid him upon the wood with his weapons beside him. The flames rose high into the darkness, visible even from Troy's walls. When the fire burned itself to ash, they gathered what remained and placed the bones in a golden urn beside Patroclus's ashes. The two would be buried together, their bones mingled, united in death, as they had been in life. Part 19. The Trojan Horse. With Achilles dead, the Greeks faced a terrible truth. They could not take Troy by force. They had tried for 10 years. Their greatest warriors were dead or exhausted. The walls still stood, and the Trojans, though weakened, could hold out indefinitely behind those fortifications. The Greek commanders gathered to discuss their options. Some wanted to continue the siege, to starve Troy into submission. Others argued for sailing home and admitting defeat. But Odysseus, cleverest of the Greek kings, had another idea. "We cannot break their walls," he said to the assembled leaders, "so we must make them open their gates willingly. We must make them bring their own destruction inside." The other commanders stared at him. "You are proposing treachery?" Menelaus said. "I'm proposing cunning," Odysseus replied. "The Trojans have us beaten in an honest fight, so we stop fighting honestly. We give them a gift, something so magnificent that they can't resist bringing it inside their walls." "What kind of gift?" Diomedes asked. He had always preferred honest combat to schemes, but even he could see they had no other choice. Odysseus smiled. "A horse. A giant wooden horse, large enough to hold armed warriors inside. We build it, we hide our best men within it, and we leave it outside Troy's gates. Then the rest of the army sails away. The Trojans will think we have given up. They will see the horse as a peace offering, a tribute to their gods, and they will bring it inside." "That is madness," Agamemnon said. "Why would they fall for that?" "Because they want to believe the war is over," Odysseus said. "They are as exhausted as we are. They have lost Hector and buried thousands of men. If we give them a reason to believe we have surrendered, they will take it. And once the horse is inside their walls, once night falls and the city sleeps—" He paused. "The men inside emerge. They open the gates from within, the fleet returns, and we take Troy whilst they're still celebrating their victory." The tent was silent. The plan was audacious, deceptive, and completely unlike the honest warfare the Greeks had been waging. But it might just work. "Who would hide inside?" Menelaus asked. Odysseus had already considered this. "Our best warriors. Men who can fight in close quarters, who can hold their nerve whilst trapped in darkness for hours. I will go. Diomedes. Menelaus, you should be there when we find Helen, and others, enough to open the gates and hold them until the army arrives." Agamemnon looked around at his commanders. He saw exhaustion in every face, but also something else, hope. For the first time in months, they had a plan that might actually work. "How long to build this horse?" he asked. "A few weeks if we strip timber from the ships," Odysseus said. "We have carpenters, it can be done." "Then do it," Agamemnon said. "Build your horse, Odysseus, and pray to the gods that the Trojans are as desperate for peace as we are." The construction began the next day. The Greeks pulled apart 3 of their ships, harvesting the timber, and began building something the world had never seen before, a horse, massive and hollow, standing nearly 30 feet tall. Its exterior was polished and carved with intricate details. Its interior was empty, with space for armed men to crouch in the darkness. The work took 3 weeks. The Trojans watched from their walls, confused by the strange construction, but they did not attack. They were content to let the Greeks waste their time on whatever madness this was. When the horse was complete, Odysseus selected his men. 30 warriors, all volunteers who understood that they might die trapped inside a wooden statue if the plan failed. They armed themselves lightly, swords and daggers, no spears or heavy armor that might make noise. Then, one by one, they climbed inside through a hidden door in the horse's belly. Among them was a new face, Neoptolemus, who had arrived at Troy only weeks before. He was Achilles' son, born on the island of Skyros to one of the young women Achilles had hidden amongst when his mother tried to keep him from this war. The boy had been raised never knowing his father, but when news reached him of Achilles' death, he had sailed to Troy immediately, demanding to avenge the father he had never met. The Greeks had welcomed him, though they quickly realized this youth had inherited all of his father's worst traits. Sadistic and cruel, he had Achilles' capacity for violence, while lacking the complexity that had made his father human. Odysseus found the youth disturbing, but he was undoubtedly useful in a fight, and for what was coming, they would need men who could kill without hesitation. With the warriors hidden inside the horse, the rest of the Greek army began their performance. They burned their camp, destroyed anything they could not carry, and loaded their ships. As the sun rose, the entire Greek fleet sailed away from Troy's shore, disappearing beyond the horizon. The Trojans on the walls watched in disbelief. After 10 years, the Greeks were leaving. The war was over at last. They poured out of the gates, thousands of them, rushing to the abandoned Greek camp to see if it was real. They found only ashes and refuse, and the enormous wooden horse standing alone on the beach. People gathered around it, staring up at the massive structure. It was beautiful, a masterpiece to match any of the structures within Troy itself, but while all agreed it was magnificent, none could agree on what to do with it. "We should burn it," said Laocoon, a priest of Poseidon. He was an old man, cautious and suspicious. "This is Greek work. Nothing they leave behind can be trusted. I fear the Greeks, even when they bear gifts." "But it is only wood," a younger man protested. "What harm could it do?" "Unknown harm," Laocoon said. "That is precisely what makes it dangerous. We cannot know what lies inside it. We cannot know why they built it. The safest thing is to destroy it now." But the crowd was against him. The horse was magnificent. It would be sacrilege to destroy such a thing. They should bring it inside the city and place it in a temple as a monument to their victory. Whilst they argued, soldiers found someone hiding near the Greek camp. A young man, Greek by his clothing, who claimed to have been left behind when his comrades sailed. They dragged him before King Priam in chains. The young man's name was Sinon, and he had a story to tell. "Please," Sinon begged, tears streaming down his face, "do not kill me. I am not your enemy. I was left here to die by my own people." "Why?" Priam asked. "The horse," Sinon said, gesturing toward where it stood outside the gates. "It is an offering to Athena. The Greeks built it to appease her so she would bless their passage home. The prophet Calchas said it had to be huge, too large to fit through your gates. That way you couldn't take it into your city and claim Athena's protection for yourselves." Priam leaned forward. "And what of you?" "I was chosen as a sacrifice," Sinon said, weaving his false tale effortlessly. "Odysseus hated me. He convinced the others that the gods required a blood offering before they could leave. They were going to kill me on the beach, but I escaped and hid. When I came out, they were gone." He looked up at Priam with desperate eyes. "I speak the truth, my lord. That horse is sacred to Athena. If you bring it inside your walls, her protection would shift from Greece to Troy. That is why they made it so large, to keep you from claiming that blessing." The Trojans whispered among themselves, many thinking the story made sense. If they brought the horse inside, they would gain divine protection for years to come. Laocoon stepped forward again. "This is a lie, a trick. Everything about this reeks of deception." He grabbed a spear from a nearby guard and hurled it at the horse. The weapon struck the wooden side with a hollow thud, and from inside came a faint sound, perhaps just the echo of the impact, or perhaps something else. "You see," Laocoon shouted, "it is hollow. There could be anything inside." But before he could say more, something terrible happened. 2 enormous serpents emerged from the sea and began slithering up the beach with horrifying speed. The crowd scattered, screaming, but the serpents were not interested in them. They went straight for Laocoon and his 2 sons. The priest tried to run, but the serpents were too fast. They wrapped around all three, crushing and squeezing, their coils tightening until bones cracked. Laocoon's screams were cut short as he and his sons died in agony, strangled by the divine serpents. Then, as quickly as they had come, the serpents slithered away, disappearing into the temple of Athena on the far side of the beach. The message was unmistakable. Laocoon had tried to destroy Athena's offering, and the goddess had punished him for it. The crowd's mood shifted immediately. Laocoon had been wrong. The horse was sacred. They had to bring it inside without delay, or more divine wrath might follow. Only one voice still spoke against it. Cassandra, daughter of Priam, pushed through the crowd. "No!" she screamed. "Father, do not bring it inside! I see fire! I see death! The horse is filled with warriors! They will destroy us all! Please, you must believe me!" But no one did. They never did. Apollo's curse had seen to that. Her family looked at her with pity and embarrassment. Poor Cassandra, they thought, mad as always, seeing doom where there was only hope. "Take her inside," Priam said quietly to his servants. "Make sure she does not hurt herself." They dragged her away, still screaming and crying as the horrific visions of Troy's future filled her head. As her screams faded into the distance, the Trojans began the work of bringing the horse inside. It was too large for the gates, so they partially dismantled a section of the wall, creating a gap wide enough to pull the massive statue through. It took hundreds of men with ropes and levers working through the afternoon, but finally, as the sun began to set, the wooden horse stood in the center of Troy. The Trojans celebrated into the night. Wine flowed freely. People danced in the streets. After 10 years of war, of fear and loss, they finally had peace. They finally had victory. As midnight approached, the celebrations died down, the people stumbling home, drunk and happy. It was only then, as the city finally fell silent, that the hidden door in the horse's belly swung open. Odysseus emerged first, climbing down a rope ladder into the darkness. Menelaus followed, then Diomedes and Neoptolemus, then 26 others, descending into the city in silence. They had been cramped in that wooden prison for hours, barely able to breathe. Now, finally, they could move. They split into groups. One headed for the gates to open them. Another went to light signal fires to call the fleet back. The others began moving through the sleeping city, swords drawn, ready to kill anyone who raised the alarm. The gates opened, with barely a sound. The guards were drunk or sleeping. Outside on the plain, torches appeared as the Greek fleet beached, and thousands of warriors poured onto the shore. They had been waiting all night for this moment. The army poured through the gates, thousands of warriors flooding into Troy's streets. The slaughter began. Part 20. The Sack of Troy. The Trojans woke to screams and the smell of smoke. By the time they understood what was happening, it was too late. Greek soldiers were everywhere, breaking down doors, dragging people from their homes. Those who tried to fight were cut down. Those who tried to flee found every street blocked, every escape route sealed. Fire began to spread. The Greeks set houses alight as they moved through the city, and the flames caught quickly on the dry wooden buildings. Soon entire districts were burning, the smoke rising into the night sky like a beacon. Priam, woken by the chaos, tried to arm himself despite his age. His hands shook as he strapped on armor he hadn't worn in years. Hecuba begged him not to go, but he refused to hide whilst his city burned. "I am still king," he said. "I will die as one." He made his way to the courtyard where an altar to Zeus stood. If he was going to die, it would be in a sacred place, under the protection of the gods. His remaining sons and a few loyal guards gathered around him, forming a final defense. They did not have to wait long. Neoptolemus came through the palace gates, drenched in blood. Achilles' son had been killing since the gates opened, soldiers who fought back, civilians who didn't. The distinction meant nothing to him. Now he had come to claim the greatest prize of all, the head of a king. "Old man," Neoptolemus called out, "my father killed your son. Now I am going to kill you." One of Priam's sons, Polites, stepped forward to defend his king. Neoptolemus cut him down without even breaking stride. The young prince fell at his father's feet, bleeding out on the sacred ground. "You are Achilles' son?" Priam asked, his voice steady despite his fear. "I am," Neoptolemus replied. "Then you have your father's courage, but none of his honor." Priam straightened, standing tall despite his age. "Kill me if you must, but know that you're murdering an unarmed old man at an altar. The gods will remember this." "The gods can watch," Neoptolemus said. He grabbed Priam by his grey hair and dragged him across the courtyard. The old king's guards tried to intervene, but Neoptolemus killed them all, barely slowing. He pulled Priam through his own son's blood, across the stones, and threw him down at the base of Zeus's altar. Then he drove his sword through the old king's chest. Priam died, staring up at the sky, at the gods who did nothing to save him. The king who had ruled Troy for decades, guiding it through both prosperity and hardship, died like a common soldier on the floor of his own palace. Hecuba, watching from the palace entrance, let out a wail and collapsed to the floor. She had lost her husband, her sons, and her city. Everything was gone. Elsewhere in Troy, Andromache was being dragged from Hector's house by Greek soldiers. She fought them, screaming, but they were too strong. They pulled her into the street where other Trojan women were being gathered, sorted like livestock to be divided among the victors as slaves. It was not long before Neoptolemus found her too. He came, blood still fresh on his arms from killing Priam, and tore Astyanax from her arms. The child began to cry, terrified by the noise and smoke, and the stranger holding him. "No!" Andromache lunged forward, but the soldiers holding her dragged her back. "Please, he is just a child. He has done nothing wrong." Neoptolemus looked at her with cold eyes. "He is Hector's son, and I am here to finish my father's work." "He is innocent!" Andromache screamed. "I beg you, spare him!" But Neoptolemus had already turned away, carrying the crying child toward Troy's walls. Andromache knew where he was going. She screamed, fought against her captors with all her strength, but they held her fast. They made her watch. Neoptolemus climbed to the top of the wall, the same wall where Andromache used to stand watching for Hector to return from battle. He held Astyanax up briefly, the child silhouetted against the burning city. Then he let go. The boy's screams stopped abruptly when he hit the stones below. Something inside Andromache died in that moment. She stopped struggling. The fight left her body completely. She just stood there, empty, while the soldiers bound her wrists. Everyone was gone. Her father, her brothers, her husband, and now her son. All that remained was a future as Neoptolemus's slave, the property of the man who had murdered her only child. In the temple of Athena, Cassandra had taken refuge, clinging to the goddess's statue. She had known this would happen. She had seen it in her visions for years. Now Troy burned exactly as she had foreseen, and she could do nothing but pray. Ajax the Lesser found her there, not the great Ajax who had carried Achilles' body, but a lesser warrior from Locris. He was drunk on victory and looted wine, and when he saw Cassandra clutching the statue, something dark stirred in him, with no care that he was on sacred ground. He tore her from the statue and violated her there on the temple floor, beneath the goddess's stone gaze. It was sacrilege of the highest order, an act so profane that even the other Greeks would be horrified when they learned of it. But Ajax had made a fatal mistake. Athena had been watching from Olympus, and her fury was absolute. She marked not just Ajax, but the entire Greek fleet for punishment. They would all pay for what he had done. Throughout the city, the slaughter continued. Greek soldiers killed any man who could fight and enslaved the women and children. 10 years of pent-up rage was unleashed in a single night. But not everyone joined the violence. Menelaus moved through the burning streets with a single purpose: finding Helen. He had imagined this moment 1,000 times over 10 years. He would find her, see that beautiful face one last time, and then kill her, strangle her with his bare hands for the humiliation she had caused him. He found her in Paris's chambers, alone. The room was in disarray. Paris had died 3 days earlier, struck down by a poisoned arrow just before the horse had been completed. Helen had watched it happen. The last illusion that this war had any purpose died with him. Now she stood by the window, looking out at the burning city, her face hollow. She turned when Menelaus entered, and their eyes met for the first time in a decade. "Menelaus," she said quietly, "I wondered when you would come." He raised his sword to strike her down. But as he looked at her, something in him faltered. She was still beautiful, yes, but it wasn't that. It was the profound sadness in her eyes, the weight of guilt she carried. She did not try to defend herself or beg for mercy. She just stood there, waiting for whatever he decided. "I am sorry," Helen said, "for leaving you, for the war that followed. I wish I had died in Sparta before any of this happened." "You destroyed everything," Menelaus said, his voice thick with emotion. "Our home, my honor, thousands of lives. All for what? For Paris?" "No," Helen said, "not for Paris. For nothing. I was Aphrodite's pawn, a prize in the games of gods. But that does not absolve me. I made choices. I could have refused. I could have thrown myself from the walls. But I did not. So their blood is on my hands as well." Menelaus stood there, his sword still raised, and felt the rage that had sustained him for 10 years begin to crumble. He had loved her once, and, despite everything, some part of him still did. He lowered the sword. "Come home," he said. "Come back to Sparta. We will never speak of this again." Helen looked at him with those sad eyes. "Why? Why would you take me back after everything I have done?" Menelaus was silent for a moment. "Because I am weary of war and death and revenge. I want to go home, and I want you there." Helen nodded slowly. She would go with him, not out of love, that had died years ago, but because she had nowhere else to go. She was the cause of this war, hated by both sides. The only safety left to her was returning to the man she had betrayed. They left the burning city together. Menelaus's hand on her arm, both of them carrying scars that would never fully heal. By dawn, Troy was gone. The walls still stood, blackened by smoke, but everything within them was ash. Bodies lay in the streets. The great palace of Priam was a smoking shell. 10 years of war had ended in a single night of destruction. The Greeks gathered their plunder and their captives. Hecuba, once Troy's proud queen, was now property, led away in chains. Andromache became Neoptolemus's slave, a mother forced to serve her son's murderer. Cassandra was claimed by Agamemnon. She foresaw death for them both, a fate that she knew would arrive in a matter of weeks. But, as always, no one would believe her. The fleet prepared to depart. Warriors who had fought for 10 years finally turned their ships toward home. But the war's end was not the end of their stories. Far from it. The gods were furious. Athena's temple had been defiled. Sacred oaths had been broken. What awaited these warriors on their journey home would be even more harrowing than anything they'd faced at Troy. Ajax the Lesser would face divine wrath for his crimes. Agamemnon would return to a wife who had spent a decade plotting revenge. And Odysseus, the most cunning of the Greeks, whose plan had finally won the war, well, if you've listened to our first episode, you already know just how long and brutal his journey home would be. But if you want to know what happened to the other survivors of Troy, how they lived, how they died, and how the gods punished those who'd gone too far, we have an exclusive bonus episode only for Deep Dive members, where we explore the terrible fates of everyone who sailed away from those burning ruins. For now, though, this is where the Trojan War ends. Troy, which had stood for generations, was now nothing but smoke and memory. The warriors who had fought there would become legends, their names sung by poets for thousands of years. But, in truth, there was no real victor. The Greeks had lost their greatest heroes, and the Trojans had lost everything. 10 years of bloodshed had left both peoples broken, their homes emptied by death, their futures stolen by a war that should never have been fought. And so the greatest war of the heroic age came to an end, not with triumph, but with ash and the promise of revenge. I've been David Rintoul for Deep Dive History. Thank you for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.